Let's go in and get this party started. Interesting. I had to figure it out, man. I know the deal now, man. I see why. I understand what's going on. So I hear all the excuses why they don't like this guy. We about to get somewhere today. So I don't see what other people see. Let me go ahead and send these invites out. It's about to get sweaty today. Let's see. Nah, I'm gonna do that right there. If y'all ain't hit them likes and share, man. Sending some shares out right now myself, man. Give me a second. Can't see the screen yet. Alright. Feel like I'm missing some people. I think that's enough people. Boom, 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 boom. Figured out. Let me see something real quick. Thank you. Bro, I'm putting not interested. There you go. Because I don't know why these keep popping up on my backup. I understood him well. Mr. on the color purple. Okay. I realize the reason why I say this is I never noticed that though. Because the people that don't like him, they always come with the stuff like saying the stuff that if he offended somebody or call somebody out their name and stuff. But it's just funny to me because it's like, and I know it's besides what he was, besides it was the name calling, right? It's really the messages that hit them that they didn't like, and they feel like it's some type of truth behind it. Because you wouldn't get mad if it wasn't no truth behind it. Because it's like all these years, right? All these years, they've been, I mean, everybody been bashing people. I mean, they same thing and vice versa. The woman was bashing the man, you know what I'm saying? All they come with this stuff, no good, bum dudes. They singing, I don't want no screws. What happened to that song? You know what I'm saying? I could have sworn we could have been crying about that. That's bashing, you know what I'm saying? But now we come with a dude that wake people up and try to show that women can be accountable. Well, it was men he was on first, and they ignored that part. But he showed that men can be accountable. I mean, women can be accountable too, which is sounded like a new foreign language, I guess. So I guess they wanted to pick all the stuff that he said negative out. I understand the Shirley, the big Shirley. Okay, he was tripping on that though. I ain't gonna lie, but besides that, it's like if you really watch the guy, you can really see what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing wasn't about, they keep taking the right main part out. When I ask people like, what was his main thing on there? Because that wasn't what he was only doing. Nobody can never tell me what was the main thing he was doing. They just say he just called people out the name, but I don't. That wasn't his whole show about. If you actually watch this guy, I used to watch him the whole 3 hours, 4 hour, 3 hour shows, whatever. That was back when I was, when I wasn't working and all that stuff. When we had the 19 out and stuff. But it's like I was just chilling and watching that junk. I mean, that wasn't about the whole show. You know what I'm saying? But he was just basically calling people out on a delusion because people been getting away with that for many, many years, men and women, right? He's calling them out on that. And then I guess most of the time he was only, actually talking junk about people was when they snapped on him because they couldn't handle him. They couldn't handle him, but people don't like the truth, so they feel like, and that's what it be happening on nowadays. When people get backed in the corner, they start going below the belt. So I realized that even nowadays, right? It took, because he stung everybody. He stung men and women. That's what I'm trying to get to. And nobody did like it, but it's some people actually took the time to hear what he was saying and realized, was wondering, asking, just like even with my stuff, right? I'm like, if something I say trigger you, you got to look within yourself, because that's a self problem. You shouldn't let a guy that's online that you keep tuning into hurt your feelings. You know what I'm saying? You have options. So it's obviously it must be some type of truth, and you just want to stick in your denial, because a lot of people are just still living a denial type life. You know what I'm saying? So that's all he's doing is, and I looked at it as like, shoot, that he actually toughening people up if you really listen to the guy. But I feel like only the tough people can really understand him. That's what I noticed. You know, it's just like I said, most of the stuff it hit home that he say. So they gonna keep taking the worst stuff. The worst clips. They only look at clips of him. Oh, that's that guy. F him. He be saying all that. Of course, they gonna find the worst. They gonna find the worst clips of him. But at the end of the day, most of them never watched this dude for 3 hours, his whole show. He even left the clips and the runbacks on his page and stuff. So it's like, nobody can never tell me, because if you took the time to watch his whole thing, you could see what he was actually doing. You know what I'm saying? It was just people was getting called out. They kept coming up to his show. They getting called out for the BS they was talking about, because it's people that be living in delusion. Peacock in the building. What's the deal, my boy Rebel? I see you. D-Dub in the building. Oh man, I must have drifted off. I didn't realize all my people's in here. How y'all feeling? Hey, guess what? I had to throw on the little the suited shirt for my man's Kevin Samuels real quick. It's not two of them. No, this Kev Laugh and Kev Samuels talking today. Hey, I was thinking like, what can I wear? Let's say, let me go ahead and throw this on real quick. Hey, I feel better when I had a fresher cut though, but it is what it is. But anyways, most of the time, what I notice is that everybody that's mad at this guy, yep, you already know it. Got to do it. I know there's a lot of people. It's really unhealed people that can't take that guy. That's just what it is. That's what it is. It's some stuff that was hidden in the rug, and like, okay, the traumas or whatever they've been in the rug, and like, okay, the traumas or whatever they hurts, they push all that stuff under the rug. So, and the thing is, he probably re-triggered it when he came out. But the thing is, okay, but I was scared that I was gonna pop up and it's gonna be all type of hate. So people was actually loving this guy. Wow, you know what I'm saying? But that's the thing. Like, I feel like only tough people took the time to listen to him and understand what he was saying. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, if you fell into that category, of course they was gonna be the mad ones. Then they was gonna make the worst of him. But at the end of the day, all he wanted it was especially the black families. He was trying to make sure that was put together, because it's like he was saying, most of the people is average, right? But it's just that, some people are delusional and feel like they deserve the above and beyond. And he would just catch them on their BS. Like, you got this, and that. And you think you want this type of guy? Or even when he got with the man. Or you go live at a house with your mom and all that stuff. You think you about to get you a diva or something like that? So it's like, he was just calling out. He just saying, we gotta get out this delusion and thinking that we can just think I am the top confidence. I am a 10 out of 10. That's the fakest stuff on earth. Nobody on earth is a 10 out of 10. We got to stop with that BS. I don't know who told us that.
I'm a 10.
Hey, yeah, what's the deal?
I'm just messing.
I didn't even know what you said. I missed it.
I was like, I'm a 10. I'm a 10.
Oh man, you almost got booted. I ain't trying to do you like that.
I'm
Just made your mind yesterday. Don't do that. It's like,
I'm a
look.
10, even though I got 9 kids. I got 10 baby daddies. That's right. I said 9 kids, 10 baby daddies, and one possible. Like I'm playing spades. Um,
Mm-hmm. Not what you playing Uno over there. Draw four.
I'm trying to draw for it.
Reverse, reverse.
You know,
Yeah, this about to be sweaty. I need up my minds here because I know it ain't gonna be
I'm
that many. I love them. It ain't gonna be that many of them. But the thing is, I just trying to, like I said, I feel like me myself. I feel like I can talk about anything for real. But it's just I want to see people. I want to show people as many perspectives to one thing instead of just our way of thinking. And like from what I've been seeing is like everybody be picking the worst side out the situation. When I actually me myself, I took the time. And like I said, when that was the boring times when I was sitting at home on the summer and stuff, and we was all in the house. We was trapped in the house, you know what I'm saying? And I actually like, all right, what's wrong with this guy? Let me see. This dude, I'm listening to him like, no, they made his. It's like they always like the movies and stuff where they got to play the best parts of the movies and stuff, and not seeing the whole entire movie. That's what they was doing. So they was picking the worst parts of his clips and put him out to be like that. And then like if you really took the time, that's why I know a lot of people lying. Be like, no, I watched this whole thing. I know what it is. I watched. No, they lying. They only took his clips, and then they start hating from that because the reason why they hated it, right, or disliked it, is because it was something that was resonating with them. But of course, they gon' people don't like to, because the thing is, what you gonna realize in life that you don't hold yourself accountable, somebody else is. That's what it's gonna be. If you don't hold yourself accountable, somebody's gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? If you want to live in denial, somebody's going to tell you the truth. That's what's gonna happen. So you can't run away from it.
I mean, nobody told these people to come and tell a complete stranger their business and then expect this stranger not to have any type of opinion or commentary on the situation you just told this man. Like, I'll never understand that people get up here and they tell their whole life to a bunch of complete strangers and then get mad when people criticize and have something to say. But you the one that got on here and told us your whole life. Man, we didn't know that you ain't had no fathers for all 80 of your kids. We didn't know that. We would have never known looking at you. You get what I'm saying? But you came out here and told us. Like
Man,
make it make sense. What I also find hilarious is like I got put on to Kevin's family when he was coming at the men and he was on y'all neck. Like he was
boy,
on y'all
they
neck
don't want to talk about that.
hard. And I did not see so many people sharing the videos. I can't believe he's saying this. You know what I'm saying? It was nothing but women like, that's right, bro. Preach. Get these men together. Da, 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 da. And I remember looking at one of my friends and be like, all right, now when he switches it up and he comes for the women, I want them to keep that same energy. And as soon as I said that, his next podcast was talking to a woman and she was all in her feelings. I think she had like a couple baby daddies and was like, I'm looking for a high value man, but he can't have no kids because I don't date a man with kids. And I'm over here like, yo, you just said you had 4 and he can't have one? That's weird. But women got all butthurt in their feelings, right? And they was mad at him, but nobody was mad at these women that are coming on here wilding with these stories. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody was like, man, that's out of your league. Ma'am, chill out. Ma'am, you worried about trying to find a husband. You ain't found 2 of the 7 baby daddies. Maury no longer work anymore, so he can't help you. You know what I'm saying? Like it was wild to me. Even now, all over TikTok, all you see is the videos of him coming at the women and women being upset. But nobody's talking about when he was on Young Men Neck. He dished it out for both people, both sides. I don't see nothing
Exactly.
wrong. He was telling facts. I'm
Exactly.
confused here.
Makes no sense, man. But it showed the impact. It showed that, and I can understand. I can understand the situation. The thing is, it's been many years. It's been many years that, of course, women is not used to getting held accountable because they don't have to be. You know what I'm saying? The world is not going to let them know. You know what I'm
Who
saying? It was
started
never,
that?
huh?
Who started that, bro? Like who started the women don't need to be accountable
Feelings
movement?
overpower accountability. That's what happens.
That is yo, I just want to know who started it so I can give them that one. Like, I just want to run my fade
I'm gonna
to
tell you who
whoever
started.
talking.
It's the government who started it, right? When they realized that they couldn't conquer the black man's mind, they went to the next best thing. But what they don't realize is what many of us black men don't realize is that our women are the most important key. When they realize they couldn't break us and we're so resilient, they're like, dang, it like no matter what, these people do not stop. These men do not stop. Black Panthers, Garvey, Elijah Muhammad's, the Farrakhan's, the Malcolms, the Martin, they're like, they do not stop. How about we attack the woman? If we get to their woman, we can get to them. All we have to do is destroy the family household, destroy their structure. The woman fell for it. You
Like,
know what I'm
stupid.
saying? They fell for it. Now look at it. But what the women don't realize what they're going to do is they're going to destroy the whole community. And pretty soon you're going to start seeing homeless rates of women, of sisters going up huge. Them numbers are going to start increasing because of this. They're going to start becoming homeless. They're talking about, oh, we make more money than men. We make more money than y'all. In what world? The athletes
In
and
theirs.
entertainers make more than all of them combined. Just the athletes and entertainers alone. But they're really believing these false narratives. But
I mean, let the women on TikTok tell it. All of them make six figures or higher. They all
right,
live
right.
in big ass houses. They all own properties. Everybody went to a HBCU. Everybody was a sorority sister. Like, and I know damn well all of y'all can't be telling the truth. So you mean to tell me none of y'all came from the hood? Like, none of y'all are in the middle class. None of
I
y'all
mean,
went
all of
through
them
a
say they got
struggle.
that win-win, so you know what I'm saying.
Man, it's
we gotta
fantasy
get,
over facts
we gotta,
too. So it's feelings over facts. It's fantasies over facts.
somebody
All it
gotta be
is.
lying though.
I'm trying to tell you, like, they get on here like, oh, I ain't never had it. Ma, I know for a fact you done struggled at some point in your life. I'm pretty sure your rent is due right now. Your smoke detector been going off for 17 minutes now. So that's a struggle right there, ma. You can't even fix the smoke detector. Just put the battery in the motherfucker, but you make more money than everybody. Y'all so damn smart, but y'all fall for the same tricks all the damn time. Just make it make sense to me and I'll go with it. Like, I hold myself full accountable for any mistakes that I have made in my younger years up before met my husband. I know I was wild. I know I did stuff that I shouldn't have. I know certain situations that I was in and put myself in was my own fault. My fault. At the time, what did I want to blame everybody else? Yeah, because that seemed like the out. But when I really had to sit down and do my work and look at myself in the mirror, the only person I could blame was myself. Was myself. Like, I don't understand it. They have an excuse for everything, but nobody wants to point the finger at themselves. You did it. Take accountable. Like, just be accountable for the shit that you do. Everybody can hold it. I'm such a good woman. I do it. Like, they can stand on the good stuff. Nah, man, stand on your bad stuff too. Nobody on this app is perfect. But let these people come in here, you would swear that they ain't never jaywalked a day in their life. They never ran a red light. Everybody drive with their seatbelt. Nobody's ever had a couple drinks and made it home. Like, you would swear that these people are like the perfect people in the world. Stop it. I don't understand.
Mm-mm-mm. So
Classic
I
man, I'm gonna
said,
need my $5.
right, me too. 'Cause I got him. I got him and to my TT supposed to give him the other half, so I'm gonna get him a double the amount.
But
So I
like
got a
you know
couple.
what's so crazy about like when I look at women wearing wigs and weaves, right? Like I think of certain things as well though. I think about what Europeans have done, right? At first they made it so sisters couldn't wear their natural hair, right? And we all know about this, right? Until they created the Crown Act, right? They made sure that these women would start to act a certain way, dress a certain kind of way, present themselves a certain kind of way, right? And that's what was done in America. We all know about that, right? So then they changed that law. So now you could wear your hair naturally. You could do this, you could do that, and so forth, right? However, unfortunately, our women have still like stayed on to the path in which they brought them down towards, right? And because of that, like this is causing division as well between the community, right? Because a lot of men we don't like that, and a lot of men are like actually seeking women outside of the ethnicity, right? I was just like in a live just right now, right? And there's one of these sisters, right, who endorses certain kind of products, right, and endorses certain kind of people. It was a European American man disrespecting African American woman and the whole community, calling her a monkey, this, that, and the third. And when some of our women are so mentally defeated, they really allow these people to disrespect our people for money. This is like the reason why I bring this up is because it shows you how weak-minded certain people are for money. No
That's
respect for
true.
self, no respect for the community, no respect for nothing besides a dollar bill. Does that make sense to you?
That make a lot of
Like
sense.
people
Sure.
have lost their dignity. Like they've lost their complete dignity. And like there's a lot of men like me, for example, that I'm not saying all, but I'm done with certain types of things. I'm going to Africa. You feel me? My wife's in Africa because I
Mm.
need someone that stands on principles and and who doesn't value herself or her value doesn't come from money. You know what I'm saying? Or from this or from that. I need someone that really cares about who they are as a human. You know what I mean? But like Kevin Samuels, may you rest in peace. What he was gonna do, man, was gonna really change the mindsets of a lot of women. Like I swear, like it's sad that he left so soon, man. Because Kevin Samuels, he was really that guy. He was really that guy. It's
Everything
crazy.
happened for a reason, though, man. I think he did his part in life. That's what it is. I mean, that he did his mission. That's what it. That's what it is. That's why so many people now, if you look at many platforms, they broke away from what he doing, and they trying to because they trying to spread the word. It's gonna get spread,
Yeah,
no
fresh and
matter how
fit.
it
I
is.
can't stand those dudes though. They copying his swag so hard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's almost messing it up too. They
Yeah, they messing it
he
up.
said
Like
do
that's why
this, and that. So what the heck? Now you added some extra stuff.
I think he left too soon. He was just like reaching his pinnacle. Like he was just like really starting to become like hella effective. And then all of a sudden this happens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
like I said,
he was very much so needed in the community. He was needed though. That's sad.
yeah, he just made it to like 1 million on I think both on Instagram and YouTube. But his stuff's still going out. His page still going on because people starting to learn about him. But of course, even the haters gonna try to see what he about though. But that's why I said hate and love is two things at the same time. That's you still getting some type of they say publicity. I guess I found me a word I can't say.
Publicity. He's
Yeah,
still
so you
getting
still going to
exposure.
be popular in some type of way, and I think even the people that don't like him, they're still going to. It might be a time in their life they might go back and see what he really talking about and realize that the dude ain't really mean no harm. Of course, he talk a lot of junk and stuff sometimes, but it's just about the message. People be want to stop when you talking junk, I don't want to hear it no more. You know what I'm saying? But people, it's just like when people be scared to read. I don't want to bring this up, but the Bible and stuff, right? They don't want to go too deep in it because they feel like it's going to be something that's going to go back and reflect on themselves, and they don't want to. They rather not know. A lot of people would rather stay ignorant and be like, "Nah, you don't know what you're talking about. That's not in there." But people don't realize the truth will really set you free if you find out more about it, about situations and stuff. You can change your life, but a lot of people is just they scared. They scared to stop doing what they doing now. They want to just live your life type situation, but yet they gonna stay. They stay steadily stressing though. Nobody never like.
I'm actually glad you brought up the Bible. I'm glad because like what I just left this live, right, and it was a really heated topic, right, and that's why I'm coming in and I'm kind of speaking in fragments, right. It's kind of my thoughts are kind of discombobulated. I don't know if you could tell or not because like in the back of my mind I'm thinking like how are certain people acting a certain kind of way and always defending these people, right. Someone said something in your comments, something about wigs, right, and the reason why I bring up the wig, right, is due to the fact that the guy was like, "Show me your nappy hair, monkey." It's what he's telling the black woman, right? And the black woman host is allowing this to is allowing this to happen. And as I'm defending her, she drops me. But when he's saying, "Show us your monkey hair," or like, "Show us your nappy hair," it's funny because in the Bible, Jesus Christ had woolly hair. That's what he's calling nappy hair, right?
mm,
Your God has so-called nappy hair, right? In the book of Judges, Samson and Delilah, Samson's hair, his strength came from his nappy hair, right? His woolly hair. It says in the Bible in Judges that Samson had 7 locks. Who has locks in their hair?
Black people.
You understand what
Hmm.
I'm saying? So I'm like, what? monkey. I'm like, don't you know Europeans have what's called a rhesus monkey blood? I'm just like, this is crazy how like my bad. I'm still unbothered by that. That was sick and disgusting. It was, but it goes to show you like where our women are at nowadays, like where their mentality is at. You know what I'm saying? It's sad. My bad.
Yeah, that's what I
I
can
mean,
understand
there's
though.
Can I say something?
Oh yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
First of all, good afternoon, good evening to everybody.
Yeah, good evening,
Um,
brother.
I think, man, three simple keys of life that I try to follow, and I think can make us all a better person. And we can't place blame, but if we first of all learn accountability,
Right.
second of all
See that on top.
communicate, and also be able to comprehend outside of our own understanding. And also understand too that 85% of people in this world are followers and only 15% are leaders. So when you're speaking even of the young lady you was talking about on the panel that you was just in, you have to understand where her mindset is. So what I would challenge in these type of situations and conversations is, again, be able to comprehend what a person is saying outside of your own outlook. And I think that's where we kind of lose the grip when we deal with certain people in relationships, friendships, workships, even just like say, even on these lives. Everybody's outlook perspective is not going to be like yours, but you may can learn something, if nothing else, about that person, but learn how to even respect the mindset and see where they're coming from as a person. So when
Hey, yo, you speaking facts, talking, but like the thing is that I have a problem because I can't resonate with them. I don't understand how they're so mentally defeated. It throws me off. Like
well,
I don't know how to understand weakness. Like I don't
listen.
understand low frequency. I don't get it.
Okay, well, listen. This is one thing I heard you say too, and if I misquoted you, please tell me I'm wrong. But you had made a statement a minute ago about our women being so lost or don't understand where they're going, their mindset or something. So when I say that, and I look at you even saying that as well, this is not me to debate with you or come at you in such a negative way or nothing, but this only my opinion and my outlook. When I see these comments made in these situations that do appear, I'm just the type of person that starts with the men first. And what I mean is, us as men, we don't understand what our role is or our foundation. Now, it's not us being blamed for what women do, because we all are literally accountable for our own actions. But when you look at it too, you may be one of the very few men, this young man may be one of the very few men that actually have morals, values, and different things like that. But if much hasn't been offered to little boys or to girls growing up, then these mindsets don't shock me, because most of us don't understand who we are, for number one, and most of us don't have a solid foundation for number two. So without a solid foundation, how can you build anything? How can a young lady that can allow a man like that to disrespect her? That shows me that she has no foundation and have no value system set up for her own self. So that's what we have to start thinking in these situations, who it is that we're dealing with, who we are entertaining, and even the thought process of them. So look, was it a sad thing? Hell yeah, because I probably would have got pissed too. But then if she got mad at you for trying to protect her, now that tells you something else, bro. Like she don't even
No, I was
begin
protecting
to.
another sister though. I was protecting another one. But go
Oh,
ahead, I
okay.
hear you.
No, no, go ahead. Yeah, yeah, but man, so I think all of these situations, like what I do when I come in lives and I talk to people, period, I listen, I observe. Yeah, and it's going to be very few that will tell on theyself, what I'm saying, about a situation, even their lack of knowledge, but they got so much to tell about something else. So if you telling me something, you sharing something with me, or there's a conversation going on and there's a whole lot of blame and I don't hear nothing about you, that lets me know already that you don't have an open mind, and you can't even fathom the possibility of what accountability look like, or even having a foundation to stand on. You know what I'm saying? So I think, bro, we have to continue to spread the message that you're spreading, this young man is spreading, the message of love and standing on what it is that we know is real and right. Because all day on these panels, like we was on here talking about bitches, hoes, slapping bitches, fucking. Guess what? You probably have 1,000 people in here, but when it's something of substance, people don't want this. But you know what? I appreciate each and every last one of y'all that has shared something positive, and even your mindsets of being positive on this panel. So, you just gotta surround yourself with what you want.
Yeah, that's 100. The thing about me is that it just makes me realize my purpose is even more greater than what I be thinking. Because sometimes, like when I hear how lost our people are, I just be like, man, I get overwhelmed by it. I'm not gonna cap. Like to me, Kevin Samuels, he was like a community therapist. Like we need more brothers like that out here. Like seriously though, like I don't know who it's gonna be, but we need more brothers like this, like him. Like because a lot of our communities are like just our communities like, man, this is crazy. I'm going to Africa because like when you can't even resonate with people who look like you that come from the same community as you, that is sick. I
So
don't know if
let
that
me
makes sense to y'all or not. I can't even resonate with half the people who I encounter or who I talk with.
so hey,
My
let me
mindset is totally different.
let
My
me ask
level of
you a question
understanding
though.
is totally different.
Let me ask you a question, man, because I'm hearing things you're saying, and you're saying we need the next one and all that. I think it starts with us. I think it starts with you. And this is the thing, bro. You can't stop because or get and I ain't telling you not to go to Africa, do what you're gonna do. That's all fine and dandy. But you're gonna find the same people in Africa that really over here with the same type of mindset. So what I'm saying is, bro, you have to be the change that the environment needs. Let me share this quick
I get you
analogy
on that.
type of vibe, bro. This is what we as
I'm not
people
saying
do.
Africa's going to solve all the problems. It's just that at least I'm around people who love themselves, who know community, who know tradition, who know cultural values, who actually respect one another, who actually uplift one another, who are not discouraged, and people who are not trying to act or assimilate to mayonnaise monster society, or who are not trying to be involved in Eurocentric ideologies. That's just something I'm totally against. I'm not with that kind of stuff, right? So at least out there, I'm dealing with brothers and sisters who love each other
How do you know
for the
that
most part.
for a fact though? Because look, I know some people from Africa that's here personally, and they fly back and forth. Bro, it's the same hate there amongst people as well as it is here. Now, is the picture painted? You may be catching a glimpse of the great side, bro. But every continent area comes with its faults. But check though, this is what I was gonna share with you, bro. In life, this is we could literally equate life to three things, and this how I look at it. Let's just take let's say for instance we put a pot of boiling water on the stove, okay, and we take these three elements: an egg, we take a
Let me put
coffee
you up real
bean.
quick. This woman says Africa has been colonized by almost every country in Europe. You like see, this is what I'm talking about. That weak mindset right there. She doesn't even know
What
that
is a weak
Africans have
mindset?
colonized Europeans. She doesn't even know that we enslaved them first, and the word slave comes from us enslaving them. But see, this is what I'm talking about. It's this constant ignorance. Like when your
Of what?
intellect, this wears you down. Like it drains your energy. My bad. Keep going, brother.
I mean, no, I mean, it don't have to drain you. You don't have to really pay it no mind anyway. That's all I'm about to say, though. It's
Right.
like, even the women you talk about, right? And I do feel them. You do have to change yourself before you get into a situation, even if you feel like you change. Because even right now, I'm still working on myself so I can, because I got to be patient. I had to change a lot of the stuff about myself so I can know who to look out for and who I want.
Right.
And the main thing is, like, even with some of the chicks, right? If we trying to date, right? I mean, it's really no point in trying to talk to the ones that's low frequency or weak minded or something like. There's no point. You know what I'm saying? Because they gonna be them at the end of the day. So I look at it at like if I can't save them or if I can't help them, right? Just they gonna have to be on another whole boat. That's what I be saying. I call it. They got everybody can't be on the same boat. That's just it is what it is. There's
But
really no
laugh or
use to
learn.
being stressed about somebody that's not even trying to change their or save their
Right.
own life. It's like
Why?
it's
Yeah,
pointless.
But
bro.
yo, laugh or learn. Like you know what bothers me the most is that they're gonna live and die their life with
That's their
this
choice.
with this defeated mentality, with
But
this
but guess
inferiority complex, and there's
But
nothing you could do to change it. To see
Do you
your
hear
brother
what
and
she's
sister
saying though?
live life defeated, that hurts, bro. To
Hey,
see them,
Hey,
hey,
but
I
hold
mean,
on, hold on, hold on,
to
sometimes,
see them
watch this,
defeated
watch this,
like
watch
that.
this.
To see
Do
them
you?
not have no education, have no self understanding, bro, no self worth, but then tell you all day long, I know my. No, you don't. Internally, you don't know shit.
see,
Well,
but
do
look, we
you
gotta
hear?
You got
first
that
start off
wig, that
with,
weave, that makeup on, and glasses on. You trying to front like you, like you know your worth. You ain't got no self value, no self worth, saying statements like that. And
But
there's
hey, look,
nothing
look.
that can be
you
said
know
to
how
you
we
that could
can help
change it.
though? You know how we can help? Because in a way, I still, me myself, I still kind of blame the man anyways, why a lot of these women is like that anyways. And the reason why I say this is because at one point, either we was on simp mode before, trying to do anything for the punani, or it's still simps to this day that's messing these women's heads up. So I do blame it on them first because if, like, imagine if we did change we raised our standards, which is what Kevin Sanders was trying to get us to do. You know what I'm saying? We had to raise our standards and women had to lower theirs. You know what I'm saying? Because their junk was too high and ours was too low. We was doing anything for a 40 piece and they were just looking for $40 million and stuff. It's crazy stuff. But I'm just saying, like, if we kind of change ourselves and change, yep, sisterhood too. We try to change, like, take time to be patient instead of, because one thing is I be laughing nowadays, like we be talking about the 304s, right? But then we sleeping with them like 2 days ago. Like, it's no point. If you're gonna contribute into the damaging situation, like, you really gotta shut up about that. You can't be sleeping with them and then talking about, man, I hate these 3. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's just a contradiction and stuff. So I think if once we get our stuff together, that's why I mess with my man's ghost. I think he about to be off. He should be off on suspension in a minute because he's trying to work on the man for real. He's trying to work on him, making sure that we try to do the right thing the right way, so it be no excuses. So we can leave the ones that want to stay in their mindset. Because obviously it's harder for most of the women that we notice it's hard for them to try to change their ways because they're not used to getting talked to like this. You know what I'm saying? They used to running away with their feelings and, hey, you can't say that about me and all that stuff, and they get in their way. They used to doing it. So, like, when it comes to this accountability stuff and men trying to wake up, it's a real big problem. They feel like that you're bashing me, you're harming me, and all this stuff. And why you gotta say about this if you don't want to mess with me, do all this and get mad at the passport, all this crazy stuff, though. But at the end of the day, it still go to self.
But hey,
You know
Yo,
what I'm
listen.
Kev.
saying?
Hey,
Yo, Kev, look at that last comment.
let me add to that, man.
Can you look at that last comment?
because
Let me
because
see.
still what I'm hearing, and it's like it's not taking away nothing nobody is saying, man. We don't know who the hell we are as people, bro, and this is not a blame point the finger thing at
It's
nobody
not the man. It's not the
because
man. It's the woman.
hold on, brother, hold on, because at the end of the day, I am an individual, right? And like everybody say energy or whatever case may be. If my energy is high as an individual, but I keep connecting to people who have a low frequency, and I literally adjust who I am to accommodate them, that means that I can't blame them for what they're bringing into my situation or whatever it is that I'm dealing with. So what we have to do as individuals, start understanding our value, understanding that we are royalty, and don't bend for this world to be accepted. You know what I'm saying? Or even give a fuck about what another person feel about us. If your higher power has given you something and you're standing 10 toes on that foundation, then again, you will be the example and the light that others need. And those that are not as bright as you keep walking, you keep pushing. But I'm just not into, you know what I'm saying, blaming women or blaming men, because at the end of the day, it's an individual thing. You know what I'm saying? We cannot literally blame others for what we allow them to do to us, because we have the right to say no. We have the right to get the fuck up out of there, and we got the right to keep it pushing. But if you stay and you playing in those games, you're gonna get bit. It's bottom line. So I mean, really, really, bro. And watch this. Just to add this, then I'm gonna let it go. Um, whoever that young man was you was talking about that are trying to build men up, man, we have to be honest, even in these situations, these conversations that we're having, bro. I was a young man myself who dad left when I was 5. Okay, and most of us as black men, bro, we literally didn't have our parents present, and we was literally outside on a block with other young boys that didn't have a father present, trying to figure out how to be men. For number two, we were literally taught to, as men, not to value just one woman because it was up to us. We were trying to get as many hoes as we could when we was young. And so here it is. And also too, we was taught to suppress our feelings as men, meaning that, guess what? Men don't cry, men don't express feelings. Okay, so now when we get older, then we try to be into a relationship with a woman or whatever case may be. It's a fucking problem there. And the problem is, number one, that men feelings have been suppressed. Women have watched men feelings be suppressed. So with that being said, when a man do speak up in a vulnerability way or whatever the case may be, most women do overlook that shit because she was never taught to value a man outside of what he can provide for her, which is money. They didn't teach, even when we talk about the providing aspect, providing, being loving, emotional, protection, all, they don't talk about that shit. We literally been taught one way. So when I look at it, yes, the actual teachings of what a man's supposed to be has been lost. And then here it is. Again, you're right. Kevin Samuels on his best shit. And you would have to be a person that could literally humble yourself again and think outside of your own opinion when you listen to that guy, because he did make some valid fucking points. And yes, a lot of women didn't like it because it would hold a person accountable when you're dealing with them. So it falls right back to the same thing. Accountability still.
Exactly. That was perfect. That accountability and trying to get us out this delusional mentality, because we gotta know our worth and what we, what I'm saying, we can't be asking for stuff we not even ready for. This was a crazy thing too, because we've been going through this stuff for many years. It just always been like that. Us thinking we perfect. Like at the end of the day, if you have an insecurity problem or you need to things to uplift yourself, I don't, what I'm saying, stuff like, oh, do it. I forgot but you got to work with that within yourself. Like
I got
even
your
call
back, Kev.
yourself,
Don't you worry about it.
huh? Right.
I got your back, Kev.
I forgot you got powers and stuff now. I'm just about to press the button too. That scared me a little bit. I ain't gonna lie, but but dang, what was I saying? Dang, I had a brain fart. But no, I'm saying like we don't have to go through like, and that's even with the, okay, I know with the wigs and the makeup and all that stuff. Like I can even feel them on that thing. I'm gonna tell people, they can do what they want to do about that situation. But me myself, I'm always gonna try to get a person to love their natural, no matter how it is. Because like if you really listen and try to understand the situation, I can understand. Not don't demonize. You ain't gotta demonize and make people feel worse. Because a lot of people just insecure. I mean, it's insecurities behind the wigs and makeup. I mean, that's just reality and stuff. No matter how you want to look at it, ain't no just no. Huh?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a
Yeah,
lot of
it is. It's
insecurity.
just people was not gonna be honest with themselves with it, but that's what it is.
Yeah,
That's why they feel like they are they makeup. They feel like they are they wig. They feel like they are they attitude. All that stuff you can really change. You know what I'm saying? You not none of that stuff, but it's your choice. But the thing is, I do want people to be comfortable, confident in who they are. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to put no, like I be always saying, I don't have to be putting no black dot to cover my dang on the gray patch in my head. I'm about to rock with it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, what's the point? I'm gonna trick myself, get in a relationship just to show it anyways. I'm not. It's gonna be a stain sitting in my pillow when I get up. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So I might as well get a person. So cancer be on guard. Them fingers fast too. But yeah, I mean, I can understand it though. But maybe, I mean, he could have worded it a better way. But I get the message. Like I said, you would have to be a healed person to understand this guy. You would have to actually put your feelings to the side and actually listen to the message he's trying to get to. Because it's a reason why. You got to, a lot of stuff he was saying, it wasn't just to sit there and harm the community. He just wanted black families together in a confident type way. That's all it is.
and the guy in the comments said something that was hella powerful.
Really, kid.
Now you go ahead, Ty.
Can I just say one thing? I feel like a lot of women get it misconstrued. Like, there's, I don't really honestly feel like y'all men are saying like women that wear weaves are just downright horrible. I feel like it's in moderation. You get what I'm saying? Like, moderation. if you're switching it up, if you want to put on a wig, okay, cool. Like in my profile picture right now, that was a wig. One of my favorite ones. I loved her so much. But I also have my locks. I also have no problem with taking my wig off, putting it up, and wearing my locks for 6, 7, 8 months.
Yeah.
However, I also have no problem with putting it on. And I've noticed when my husband met me, I would do braids and wigs, and he loves my natural. So because I know my husband loves my natural, I do my natural more often. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But I feel like it's just moderation. I don't. There's a lot of women that can't even go to the store to go grocery shopping without a full face wig, all of that. Like it's there's no need for it. You can run to the store in just your plain everyday looking self and just go out and be
That's true.
perfectly fine and cool with it. I don't feel
Exactly.
like I don't think women are getting what y'all are saying. I think they only hear like, oh, y'all don't want women with weaves and
Because they think
eyelashes
they
and
weave. They think they're their makeup. I mean, it's been many years as a habit now. So I can understand it why.
which is wild because makeup was just
Right.
supposed to enhance your beauty. It wasn't supposed to change your whole face. Makeup was not
Yeah.
supposed to make you look like a completely different person. And not only that, but makeup is also harmful for your skin. Like
Mm-hmm.
y'all wear this makeup and it's caked on, like caked on. Y'all take it off and y'all will have a whole new face. And now y'all got these black marks, all of this other like it's crazy.
If
It's
you don't like it, move around. No, you gotta. That's why I said that. That's what I was saying. You gotta actually listen to what's being said, and that's the problem. Why they wasn't even doing with Kevin Samuels because they getting their feelings off the first thing. So the whole point of that is especially what Petty was saying. It's just you should be confident enough to be able to either wear it and then have the same confidence when you take it off. It's all about building your confidence up because you don't want somebody to sit there and only judge you off your makeup and weave. I'm pretty sure you don't want that. You know what I'm saying? Because you want somebody, and any woman I would think want that. Somebody love them for their natural. Somebody love them for being them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to walk around with a freaking banana in my pants and acting like I'm just the
wild.
King Kong of the jungle and stuff, and then trick you when I get home. It's crazy. And then
Listen,
feel like
ladies,
I'm the banana man. You know what I'm saying? It's just you gotta love being yourself. You is what you
I
is.
think it's a little
the
bit more
ladies gotta
complex than just not the banana. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh no,
Hello?
If
I
you're
gotta
gonna have
get
to
to a
say
better
the most is
space.
that it seems like women defend wigs and weaves more than they defend their own community. Like that's the thing that really bothers me. It's like they will
no, that's
defend it
wild.
to the death of them, but
That's
won't
that's
defend
super
their
wild.
Well,
communities for nothing. And I'm not
here's
saying all
something
of them,
that,
but I'm just saying the ones who do that is like so disturbing. Like, man,
Yeah, I don't even trying to rile them up because I ain't even trying to make the live like this. I'm just trying to get them to look from a different point of view. So I'm not even. This
yeah,
not even that type of live footage. I'm just trying to get people to look at it a different way of Kevin
I'm not trying
Samuels.
to even take it there. I was just
I'm,
saying, you feel
I'm,
Yeah,
me?
but you know
I,
that's not going. No, I'm not.
I
You know what
like
I'm
that.
saying?
So can you guys
I
hear
Eileen,
me?
think what
Doctor, you back?
yes, love,
I
we can
think
hear
what
you.
happened with
Yeah.
Kevin Samuels
Yes.
that pissed a lot of women off was because it made them have to look deeper into who they are and how they came to be. And in that, they had to look back and realize that they had some bad examples in their mothers, aunties, whoever's, right? Whoever they were emulating, they had to look back at that. Because one of the things he said, you didn't just wake up like this. This is at the root of your core. And they don't want to look at that because looking at that means I got to figure out how to change. And they don't want to
Mm-hmm.
change. Change is hard.
That is hard. I ain't
And
gonna lie.
so that's why
Change.
they got mad at him because he was forcing women to take a look at themselves and ask, why are you this
Thank you,
way? Why
baby.
are you bitchy? Why are you gimme, gimme, gimme? Why are you entitled? Why do you even think you're entitled? And these are the things you're not going to get based on XYZ. And because of that, the women didn't want to hear that because they feel that they should get everything they want, however they get it. If it's trickery, if it's lying, I should be able to do that. And how dare you, Kevin Samuels, point the finger at me? That's why they don't like that man. Well, at least
Yeah.
part of the reason why.
That's one perspective. I think that different women responded differently to Kevin Samuels.
Mm-hmm.
I think honestly, the women who called to his show, deserve to get whatever it is that they heard, right? They deserve to get an honest opinion about some of their views. So I think that he gave them a different perspective. I think they were surprised because I'm going to say women not being able to take themselves accountable. I blame our mothers, and I also blame our fathers, right? Because at one point in time, I would say growing up, most of the time people would give the impression that mothers are always right, right? Have you guys ever been around where you felt like you wanted to challenge one of your aunties for their behavior, but you couldn't tell her anything because she was always right, right? Or your grandmother, nobody can chastise them. And I think that's a problem. And so when Kevin Samuels came along, he was like in your face. He didn't care what you thought, he didn't care what you felt. And if you challenged him, he basically ripped you apart, right? Because he's very intelligent, very well spoken, educated. And so women had a problem with that. My take on the looks and the wigs, I would say this is more complex than just a conversation of you shouldn't wear wigs, because I remember when women first started to wear their natural hair, a lot of our men didn't like it, right? I heard a lot of negative words towards the women, but eventually our men came along and they got on board and they started to support our sisters, right? With the weaves, taking the weaves off, wearing the natural hair, wearing the locks. They were like, we love our sisters, we like your natural hair. So women started to do that, but then you have a portion of men who still are attracted to women with the long hair and the weaves. So sometimes that message can be contradictory because you still have some men that are attracted to that and some men that are not. And so women are like, okay, which one is it? Do you guys get what I'm saying? How that could be a contradiction sometimes?
Yeah, I mean, usually be the imps. You know what I'm saying? The dude that's only looking for sex and stuff. They don't. That's what it be though. But
Right.
if it's off marriage, right? I doubt that's something you sticking with the rest of your life. So I doubt that's them type of guys. I mean, it could be, but I doubt that's the ones that's actually looking for. And most of the time, he talking about a marriage. That's what he's been talking about.
Yeah,
Can
there's a
I
lot
say
of women who
something?
wear weaves are married.
Again, I was listening to the young lady.
I think that,
Okay.
Somebody still breaking up. What the
Yeah,
heck?
I don't know. Is that me?
No,
Dr.
your stuff ain't.
Divine, Dr.
Oh, that's
Divine.
Doctor.
it's
Oh,
me.
your stuff breaking up like crazy.
Hmm. No, I'm here. I'm
Oh,
listening before I
sorry, y'all be
respond.
right
So
back.
I'm just gonna sit back and listen for a
All
second.
right.
These conversations are funny to me.
I was lost for a minute, like, home.
Boy. Doctor, you there? Somebody call the doctor.
Kev, I just came in to show you some love, my brother.
Oh,
I just stopped in to say hi. I've been limiting my time on TikTok. So
oh, yeah, for
big
sure.
hugs to you.
Oh, yeah, for
Hello to
sure.
everybody in the panel. And good night, everybody in the panel.
All right.
All right.
Like, what happened to everybody? They done booted up. I don't know what happened. That's scary. That's two people in a box.
Okay, so let me because I have no problem with Kevin Samuels, right? I didn't have a problem with what he was telling people. I think his approach was kind of um, rude, and it
Right.
could have been handled differently. I think that if you ask somebody for their opinion, then they are allowed to give their opinion. But I also understand the dynamic of everybody has a type, right? Everybody is attracted to something different. So these conversations are funny is because to me, because it's kind of, and maybe the language is wrong, it is putting down another woman to uphold another woman. Like the woman that wear weave versus the woman that don't wear weave, it's kind of, it's not really a solution to the community as a whole. It's really putting us against one another, right? Because they've been wearing wigs in Africa for decades. You don't see these conversations in those rooms. You only see them within our rooms because we have made it as if all women have to look exactly the same and show up in exactly the same way. And I think that is, first off, it's making Black people small. And I think it's making it's starting arguments that don't really need to be had, because there's women out here. I mean, there's men out here who enjoy a weave, a bust down middle part. There's men out here who would prefer locks. There's men out here who prefer natural hair. I don't have any locks, but I do wear my natural hair for like a month or 2 months. I take a break from weaves, right? But I also put my weave back in. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, so when you have these conversations, there's really no solution to it. And that's the only thing I disagree with Kevin Samuels, is making it a high value, low value. Like, it's kind of diminishing another person within your community versus uplifting everybody, and having to understand, like, it is the beautiful part about Black people is that we are all different, that we all express ourselves through clothes, weaves, how we talk in different ways. That's what makes us a dope people, is because we can do all of this stuff and we can be all of this stuff. We are the only race that can do all of this and really, really, really pull it off and get away with it. But yet it has been, now we got to put one against each other. Like, I really don't, I was going to say this and I'm gonna get down, because I don't do the conversation between modern women and traditional women, because I'm a little bit of both. But to put one against another and make the other ones, it can come off to somebody who may be insecure already because of these conversations, make them feel like they have to change in order to fit in, when really God made you exactly who you are, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Can I ask a question? Hello?
Go ahead, man. I'm just trying to fix this screen up real quick.
Hey, man, thank you for having me up. But the question I have is, as a Black man and out here in modern dating, a man that was married for like 17 years, is, and I had this conversation earlier with my ex-wife, this is to the women on the panel, who is allowed to respectfully critique Black women?
Nobody.
Okay? If Black men can't do it, who have
We can't go over the weave part.
Well, I'm saying, as Black men, we got emotional scars, we got financial scars, and sometimes physical scars from our women. And if we can't constructively, respectfully criticize Black women, who can? Black women, I saw what they did to Monique a couple years back, and I thought she came very respectfully about the bonnets. It just seems like, to me, and from my experience, that Black women think they're above reproach. No one can say anything to them that they don't want to hear. Black men, we've been hearing about us not sagging, no gold teeth, all the different things that Black women have said that Black men need to do, level up. And some have risen to the cadence, some haven't. But we didn't hear, Black men coming out trying to cancel people, and then the meanness and the mean-spiritedness and the vitriol, because sometimes the things that people say Black women don't want to hear. But this is like to the Black women on the panel, who can respectfully criticize Black women and not try to get canceled or whatever the situation may be. Or what I call go to the Black woman's playbook is that, they got a couple things that they say to Black men when they say something they don't want to hear, which is, you're ugly, you're gay, you're broke and dusty, you're insecure, or your male genitalia is small. You got small penis energy.
Okay,
They
so
ain't say nothing about that when he did that, though.
yeah, I have a solution to that, right? So I pee sitting down. I don't pee standing up, right? I've always peed sitting down. I've never stood up to pee. I've never had like a handle to aim at anything, right? So basically saying I've never been a man in my entire life, ever. So when you ask who can critique women, I have a group of female friends that hold me accountable for my actions, right? Depending on where it is that I see myself in life is where they will hold me accountable to. So when Black men come in, never understanding what it is like to be a Black woman and put your opinion in, that's a little different, because I'm one of them women. I don't care. The only man I can critique or give advice to is a man that I'm sleeping next to every night. That's it. And that's only to accommodate me and to help our relationship get better. As far as like every black man as a whole, I've never peed standing up, ever. So it gives, yes, it sometimes gives, you must pee sitting down energy when you have so many opinions about
Well,
the
why?
woman that you're supposed to love, because not all black women are out here putting black men down. Some of us are still rooting. We still dating y'all. Like,
Why is it that when a black man says something that a black woman is like, she tries to emasculate him? As you're saying, if you say something that is unpleasant to a black woman's ears, he must be sitting down peeing, which means that he's a bitch.
okay, so if I'm in the emergency room pushing
No,
out a human
but can you
being,
answer that
would
question?
you tell me, hey, you don't need medication? You have no idea what kind of pain I'm in. You have no idea what kind of suffering I'm in, but you're telling my nurse and my doctor what is best for me, and this is my body, right?
So
But
can I
you
add
can't even
something?
That's
place yourself in
different.
my shoes.
Can
But
I
I
add
got a
something?
question for the panel.
That's
but
true,
but I
but they don't
mean,
even
Think
listen to
that
women either, though. So that I won't believe
that's
that
what,
one either, though.
what do you say to the Monique thing?
so can I say this? One of the things
Well,
that
I'd like to
we
answer to
do
that
know,
question from the sister that was just
I'm gonna
talking. That
answer your
she's saying that.
question.
Hold on
Hang
real
on,
quick. Hold on real quick. Let doctor. She just got back too, because she's supposed to talk a long time ago.
okay.
Yeah, one of the things I would say is this. I think a lot of the issues with the communication between our communities is this. When one gender is asking a question about the negative reactions they get from the other gender, the response is always, well, you do it too, or you don't understand this side. I think that if there is a man or woman asking, like, hey, this is what I'm experiencing from women, can you tell me more about that, right? So, because it does happen. I've seen women do it. I've seen women say negative things to men when they don't get their way. So I would say this, I can't apologize for all women, but what I can say is that there are a group of women who would never do it, but the women that see women that do it, we should address them. So as women, we have to kind of critique, chastise, encourage other women to be better, right? And not say that it's okay or give excuses for that behavior, because it is bad behavior and it's never okay to try to put a man down, to try to say he sits down and pees. That's negative, right? So why do it? It's not productive in our community. And so I think he's not saying that all women do it, because we know that all women don't do it. I don't do it, but I do hear it.
So I got a question for Denisha. Got a question for you. Um, how much of Kevin Samuels have you watched? Because I only heard you talk about the wig part, and that's what sounded like the only thing that separated the whole message that he was giving.
He talked about a lot of different things. One of my favorite topics he talked about was you have to, in other words, you have to, in order to attract what you want, you have to be that, right?
Right.
I watched a lot of his podcasts. He wasn't always putting women down. That's why I didn't have a problem with him. I just think his approach was sometimes negative, and I get hurt people, but when it comes to communication, this is just me. Yeah, critiquing and criticizing is two different things, and I don't think that people know the difference between the two. I
Hmm.
don't think that there were times where he was criticizing. I think that there were times where he was critiquing. I think that he wasn't like out of balance. I think that he was well balanced in both, because sometimes you'll see him being mad, disrespectful. A lot of times people, when he cut people off, that's him setting a boundary. I didn't get offended by that. But I watched a lot of his podcasts. I had no problem with anything he said. A lot of stuff he said made perfect sense to a person who is mature enough to understand what he was saying.
Who you think was more damaging to the community, Kevin Samuels or Derrick Jackson?
I think both of them were.
Ooh, good question.
I think both of them were.
Who you think was worse?
Can I ask about Kevin Samuels? Something I saw watching him one day.
Hold on real quick. I'm just asking her a question real quick. I got you in a minute.
I think both of them were. I didn't like
I,
Derrick Jackson
hmm.
for this
I think
reason.
who
Right?
worse?
He put down black men a little bit too much for me, and I have
Hmm.
black sons, and my dad is black, and my brothers are black. Right? So I don't engage in any conversation where if all you have to say is negative things about black men, we ain't got nothing to talk about, because I love
Hmm.
black men. You get what I'm trying to
So,
say? So like,
hmm.
I
Okay.
don't engage in those conversations. That's why like these conversations are weird, because there's no solution to them. right? Like this is pinning one against the other. When you say, should you wear weaves or should you not wear weaves? Should you be modern or should you be traditional? What if you can just be who you need to be? Why does everybody have to look and do and be exactly the same way? Why do these opinions
I
are
guess
just
that's
not
your
even.
interpretation. I ain't looking at it that way. That's weird. I don't think he was trying to compare it. He was just basically telling women to basically love their natural. That's all it was. But it is. I
Yeah,
get.
but then like
But
what Dr. Divine said earlier, when we are natural, y'all don't be checking for us. Let's just be honest. And as a woman, I'm
it's
telling
not
you that.
true. You talking about the guys that just looking
No,
for
I'm talking
sex and
about
stuff.
women.
Y'all don't want them guys
So
anyways.
okay, so I live in Texas. Texas is very big. Most of the girls down here got the same body I got the same weave I got the same. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's really not that many options to choose from, and I blame women that we all are trying to look the same. I think it is really. I feel sorry for men, but when weave or makeup that has nothing to do with like who that woman is. And if you are judging that based off of that, that's kind of shallow. It's kind of small. It's kind of
So
messed
he
up,
was judging
honestly.
us when he told us to stop sagging our pants, making sure we wash our butt, make sure that we get out of our mama's basements and stuff. He was bashing us on that. Was that him trying to separate us or something? The bums from the was he doing that too?
No, I think that everybody is on their unique journey. Like I can't. Okay, so if I'm more mature than you, just say that based on social standards, right? Who am I to make you feel less than because I've got my lessons faster than you? Who am I? You get what I'm trying to say? Like I'm a woman. Like
You don't
I
believe he
like
was trying
to.
to break the delusional mindset? Because you don't notice that we was going. A lot of people been doing that for many years. They calling themselves tens and dudes thinking that they can pull stuff, and all they've been doing was sitting in the basement smoking and playing video games. All this weird stuff that we would just making. The reason why that's why I was told now because we be living in two opposite worlds and thinking and not even and then if you look at it this way, bro, though it was so bad that people didn't even like average. Well, I ain't gonna say people, women. I'm just allowed to say women because men can deal with average. You know what I'm saying? But women, they just thought they could have a 4 kids and all this and say they deserve the top of the top, which makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. Like it's like we gotta be able to realize that we are not we acting like we are queens and kings and all this stuff. We all the same. We humans and we all and we
We all
don't
make
we just got
mistakes.
different things, huh?
We all make mistakes.
Yeah, we all make mistakes and stuff, but
Right.
it's
So
just
when
like
you attach my mistakes to who I am, we have a problem because my mistakes do not define me. You have made mistakes that you probably will never speak of, right? That you will probably never speak of. Does that make you less than because you had a human moment?
oh, you only feel
Ooh,
less than if that's how you interpret it. You should not
that's
let
what I'm saying.
nobody
So like
else
with
interpret
the
if you feel less
conversation
than.
about
But
okay, boom. The
realistically,
conversation he had about women over 35 with more than one children shouldn't like they don't deserve a husband, right? Kind of that's something I didn't like. I understood what he said, but I didn't agree with the fact that oh yeah we now because I'm not 35 yet, but I have two children. My youngest son is 12, right? I had my my oldest son at 17. I had my other son at 21. The 20s and as a teenager, I was dumb as hell. Now, did I make that mistake again after my second child? Nope. It's been 12 years. I've never been pregnant. I've never gotten an abortion. I've never did any of that. I learned my lesson. So you mean to tell me that even after I got my lessons and I upgraded my life and I became just a better person, period, that now I have to live and be defined by a mistake I made
Yes.
12, 16 years ago?
Yes.
Oh, well, we
Sometimes,
ain't having the same conversation then. But I'm
but
I'm
I
I'm
and
gonna
mean,
bounce
I
after
mean, if
that.
you
no,
don't
but
believe it, then like, why
can I
not prove
say
different?
something,
Then, like, why would you let a guy that's online that's telling his point of view or how he feel about a situation define? If you can prove him wrong, why not? You know what I'm saying? Like, I be feeling like that only way a person get mad if you feel like it is resonating with you or it could be a possibility. And that's like basically hiding from being dishonest with yourself because you could feel like it's
You mean
some
to
type
tell
of
me
truth.
that you think that boom, talking about me, Kevin, because we cool, right? You my guy. You think that I'm less of value with a psychology degree, right? Now, after all of this time working on my master's, going all the way to my doctorate, I have 2 bachelors right now. Do you think that I'm no longer qualified and I make more money than a lot of men that talk to me?
You're
Somewhere
asking
along the way.
Kim. She's asking Kim. She's asking
No,
Kim.
I'm not about to. No, I'm not making. I
You
don't.
get
I
to
would
look
Well,
at
say
the
a
I
study,
don't.
degree,
but
Me
a
he
myself,
degree,
I don't
basically
really.
said that
a
It's not.
degree
I
women
doesn't
mean,
make you
women
valuable.
over 35 with multiple baby daddies were of less value. That's what he said.
Where
I
are
I
mean,
you
he talking
don't
about the
studying
believe
date
that
that.
though?
market though. He just saying the date market. I
He's
mean, I
saying the
think the
decisions that they make. Let's think about the decisions that we make. What he's saying is sometimes the decisions that we make can have a lasting impact on us. Everybody is not going to get a degree, right? And everybody's not going to come back from the mistakes. What he's saying is we should be aware of the mistakes, right? We need to teach the younger generation of those who haven't made those mistakes that you don't have to live that way,
Right.
because sometimes people don't come back from that, right? So if you have three kids and three different fathers, sometimes it does determine your characteristics or your behaviors, right? So
No,
you do
because you
have
can
to look
change,
at,
right?
you can, but a lot of people don't change. Everybody
Yeah, I'm
don't
about to say
change,
Right,
it's
but
a
right?
what if
So
you do change? So when
it's
you
a
group
majority
people
of, but he
together
gonna
like
go off
that,
a majority of a minority. If you're a minority, it probably
right,
you shouldn't.
exactly.
That's the thing. It's like,
But
of
who?
course, he talking about the average. If the average is like that, he's not going to be like, oh, but it's a little bit that dude like that. He's not going to do that. So everybody spits, or they speak, especially if they talk about statistics or something like that. It's going to always be a generality type thing, a majority thing. They're not going to talk about the little 4% that might be different and stuff. Just like the majority of women, that men are dogs and stuff, but that's really only like 3% of the men, because the good men, they looking over them because they too lame and all this stuff. So it's like everybody mixing these statistics up and it ain't really how it is. You know what I'm saying?
right?
So
So, but
Can I
but
say
but
something?
go
if you're
ahead.
looking
I'm
for
just
if you're looking for a
this is
step
why I don't have these
parent,
conversations. I'm about to bounce.
for the sister that says she has two children and a psychology degree, has your standards risen with you having a psychology degree and two children at almost 35, or is it? Or do you have higher standards now than you did when you were younger for your
um,
man, for a husband?
yeah, I have higher standards, but at 17, what standards do I
No,
have?
no, I'm saying, do you have
Yeah, that's
higher
exactly.
standards now,
Right,
or do
but
you
we're
have?
talking about a 17 and 21-year old. So when you
I,
ask me
I'm,
that, I'm speaking of all of this because I think that when we attach people's mistakes to who they are, I think we forget that
You are
at
35,
21,
maybe.
well, I
at
mean, we're all
21,
a part,
at 21, we were
30,
all equally stupid
but
Yep.
what
we,
and
about
but we're all
making
a
35?
product of our experiences.
making
Well,
mistakes on a habitual basis because we are in a learning phase. Am I right?
but if you go to jail at 21, you're still going to pay for that same price at 35.
May I
How am I
say
It
something?
prepared
doesn't get
for it?
erased. It doesn't get
all
erased. You know what I'm saying? I'm
right,
saying
well,
if you went to jail at 21 and then at 35, that
Right.
still follows you and carries you around whenever you fill out a job application. You got to put down that you're a convicted felon, and that does you can't probably will not get
man,
the same salary that you would if you did not have that felony record. So your mistakes do follow you through your life.
So
they
that
do.
my
That's just
mistakes
reality,
determine
right?
what kind of value I have.
Yeah,
Because if you're
It,
looking for a higher caliber man at 35, he
That
doesn't want to pay. Listen, I was a step parent, and the day came when they said, "You're not my dad," and men don't want to deal with that, and still
I
pay
don't
to
know because I
stay.
don't have that problem. I'm not single, sir.
What?
I've never had that problem.
Are you married?
Yes.
Okay, well, I thought the way you were
so you
That's
gotta
talking,
what
be
I'm
like
saying.
cool.
I,
No,
but
that
I,
means
I've never had the problem,
it's
even
a
dating
I
in
mean,
my
process.
if
30s. I've
if
never
your
had a
stepkids are
problem because of
rejecting
how
you,
I
it's
raised my
probably
children. But
because
go
you
ahead.
haven't put enough effort into bonding
It
with
doesn't
them.
apply to
I know plenty of
Denisha.
people who have
She's not the
step parents whose stepchildren respect them and love them equal to their own parent. So like
that that might
if
be
you
the
fail
exception, but
to
that's not
foster that sort of relationship with your stepchildren,
that.
that's
That's
either
the
your own personal
exception.
failure or maybe the child has some sort of a
That's the
psychological
exception.
issue.
That's the exception.
Or
That's
they
not
just
the
wasn't
rule.
raised
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Right.
exactly.
That's the exception. It's not the rule.
All of the above.
the
You do
Even
not
exception.
have
even
the
your
same
own
What are you
authority
children,
talking about? How's
even
that the
your
as
own
as
exception?
a
children
step
will
parent.
say,
As a
even
step parent, you usually do not have the same authority as your biological child.
oh my
That's not
goodness,
true.
It depends.
That
It
true,
is
depends
isn't
on
it?
that
true.
No,
woman
you
how
don't.
those children were raised.
You don't got the same authority. What the heck?
You don't have the same
Man, what y'all
authority.
kind
But
of
again,
crazy?
that
Exactly.
it depends
My
on.
grandfather is technically my step grandfather,
Well,
and
That's
he's
your,
my
you
fucking.
can't use
And
a personal thing because it's less
hold
likely.
on, hold on. My
And don't know
grandfather
it.
on my
Lord, just
married to
everybody
my
not the same.
excuse me. My grandfather is my step grandfather. I respect him and love him with my whole heart. My father married my stepmom when I was 10, and she had kids too. And my little stepsister is my dad's little princess, and she calls him dad, and that's her dad, straight up. I know lots of people who have mixed families with stepkids, and what you're describing does happen. I'm not gonna say it doesn't exist, but that's usually from what I've noticed. Whenever a stepkid is disrespectful towards a stepdad and doesn't like him, 9 times out of 10 is because that stepdad hasn't put enough effort into fostering a good relationship with that kid.
I'm gonna call
When I
Cap.
said I'm talking about the mother, my ex-wife said that. I wanted to make a decision for him because I saw it. So I said, listen, we need to make this particular decision for him. And she said no. And I said, well, is the bet? Well, listen, that's not your child.
Okay, so my
And she told me.
so since you just have all the answers, and this is probably going to be very offensive, you should on that you would never be able to. She would never include you into the family before you even married her. You should have known that, right? But you don't make mistakes.
Wait, hang on. I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
You
If I
just
hear the
said
question, I
that
can
you
answer
went
it.
to your wife to ask for permission against a child that you're helping raise that probably live in your house on what decision to make with that child. So shouldn't you have saw that before you got with that woman?
It wasn't. I wasn't asking for permission. We were going through a process, and I said, listen, I think that we should do this. That's what I said. I said, I think this is probably the best course of action. I don't want my child to do that. He's not your child. This is after
So is that the
12
child's
years.
problem or the mother problem?
This is after 12. This is who?
Is that the child's problem or the mother that
The
is the
mother.
problem?
The mother.
Okay, then. So
I
why?
never
What in the
blame the
world?
child. He doesn't know anything. The mother says it. And many men have the same
Said the
experience.
child is going to tell you one day that you are
No,
not
I
their
said,
father and
not,
that they don't
not
have
I,
to listen to you. And everybody
if
on the
I
panel was
no
like,
what
that could be because of
what
the
I
parenting.
what I said was the time will come, and it did when she told the mother told me he's not your child. The son never told me anything like that. The mother said because
I mean,
a
you
decision
you
was
did
So the
needed
say
to
that the
women,
be.
child would say it. Now you moved the goalpost to the mom saying it.
Listen,
You did
listen,
say
sir.
initially. You
All
said
right,
initially it
so
was
all
a
right, so
child.
this is what we about to
I
do
just
real
said
quick
what
because
happened. The
we
mother
just stuck on
told
this
me that.
child situation. I'm trying to get somewhere with this whole thing. We not even talking about that the whole thing. So I'm
I
gonna
had a
let
question
Rose
about
go.
Kevin
She been trying
Samuels
to
though
talk for a
earlier,
minute.
if you don't mind,
Hold on
Ghost.
real quick, brother. Hold up real quick. I'm gonna let Rose go, and then you next.
Hey, how are everybody doing?
What's up, man?
Good. So I agree with a lot of things that the young lady saying. I don't have my glasses on, but the one that was just talking about how Kevin Sanders he does put value on women's ages and how many children they have to to lessen the point of if they're going to be in a relationship or if they're going to have a certain type of man. And I didn't like that about him. I didn't like him just automatically putting stickers on us because we're at this age. So I mean I just got finished watching his one of his old like just a little clip of it where he was talking about you know the last thing he said that we're thrift shops if we're in 40 and over and I was like that's crazy. Why would he say something like that?
So
A lot of women in their 20s sometimes not even ready to be in a relationship, or they don't even
okay.
know how to be, and they have to learn how to do that, and so just putting age limits on what we could get and what we can't get, and or how many
I'm gonna
kids we
explain then.
have.
I
Huh?
explained then what he was talking because, like I said, I listened to this guy for hours and stuff. People be only listening to clips and stuff. So
Right.
what he was meaning, like I said, you got to realize he ain't talking about overall. It's just the dating scene. That's all it is. Of course, anything possible you could find. Just like Denisha, she said she found somebody in her situation. It's just we just talking when he speak, he just talking about an overall thing. So you got to think about it. The reason why he was saying that by 35 or something like that, it's like because even the man they was asking for was way beyond their situation, especially if it's like a dude that got a lot of money or something. Especially they was talking about high value man most of the time anyway. So he was just saying that you got a lower chance of getting picked being past the age of maybe 35 and with kids, right? When they got a choice to have a woman that have no kids because most of the time, man, is probably was a high value man at that time. Is just looking for dang, what the heck? Forgot what I was about to get somewhere. But basically, what he's just saying is just that by that time, by 35, you less likely to have a kid or make a kid, because I think they said that's like the line where it's what they call it a high risk pregnancy or something like that.
So,
Yeah,
but
So
this is my thing. Why would a 40-something-year-old man, 50-something-year-old man, 60-something-year-old man will be looking for a younger woman under the ages of 30 to to want to have a kid? He should already had a kid at his younger age. So it's just a format for an older man to want to settle down a girl that's so young. That's a form of controlling because he knows way more than she does. He's able to manipulate her way easier because she hasn't had no experience. It's just a form of
I
manipulation
mean,
to
I
me
can
when
feel
it
you on
boils
that, but
down
then you
to
got to
it.
think about another thing too. A lot of when you get older in age, right? A lot of women they get, or just people in general, right? They mind is set, right? And they get to a point, especially if they get degrees and all that stuff.
Exactly.
Yo,
That's
you
why,
can can I finish? Can I finish what I was saying? Dang, what the heck? I didn't even get
Wait,
finished. What the heck? I must have said something.
You want a woman at 21 who has no idea who she is,
exactly.
but
All
versus
right.
in the problem with me being like when I hit like I'm gonna say 29 is when a light bulb went off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Around 30, 31, God introduced me to who I was, so I wasn't second guessing anymore. Then I can set boundaries and I know what I can and cannot, what I will and will not accept. I know what is toxic. I know what is not. At 22, I had no clue on who I was.
Mm-hmm.
God was still grooming me. God was still growing me. So the problem is why, like what she just said, is why men go after those women is because they don't know who they are. They are easy to manipulate. And I've been through that because I got pregnant
They don't.
at 21. I
It,
stayed with this
it's
man
it's
who was
just like
7 years older than me. He groomed me.
All right. So, all
no.
right. I'm gonna try to finish what I was saying real quick. I understand whatever. I get it. But my thing, I'm just trying to get another point of view, man. It's not no back and forth or feeling a certain type of way and got to respond. It's not. I'm not trying to make it like that, man. I'm just trying to give another point of view because as much as you could say that, the young ones can give. I mean, some of them might can and might not. We don't know every young woman's mentality. Just because we was young and dumb, that don't mean the next generation is going to be young and
It
dumb. That's
doesn't
not.
have anything to
Colleges
do
have been
Dog,
with
used
what
as
being.
the
a
freak? Can I finish talking? I did not know it was gonna be this hard. I'm not even trying to be like this, man. I'm literally just trying to get different point of views. I'm not trying to go back and forth. It's just another point of view, just so you can listen out. I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm not Kevin Samuels. I'm just trying to give you another point of view of how to look at this dude. He wasn't all bad. We just trying to make everything seem bad. I mean, I can understand if you ain't gonna be able to, if you wasn't gonna be able to handle this topic, then you ain't have to come in here. Nobody had to come in here. I'm just trying to give another point of view. That's all. Because I've seen other stuff. I mean, I always speak on positive stuff. That's what I do. But I'm just trying to show you it's another way to look at this situation. That's all. The dude wasn't a straight up bad man. He's just helping both sides out. I mean, he had women supporters and male supporters. It's like we got to realize with certain situations, right? You have to take out the meat and spit out the bone. I didn't agree with every last thing he said either, but it was stuff he actually said that made sense. It's just you got to put your feelings to the side and hear what he's talking about. Because like I'm gonna finish saying what I was saying about the older women, especially when they have degrees, is that they do have this mentality that you can't tell them anything because they done made it through life being a certain way. So how can another man come in there and tell them anything? They'll be less likely to listen to them especially when the ones that's looking for leaders. They dang near got a leader mentality themselves, so it's a wrap on that situation. So both of them gonna be fighting back and forth. Like, who know? I'm wearing the pants today. I got these degrees. How you gonna tell me? Or degrees are not right. But it's just once you get to a certain age, right? The submission stuff is don't mean nothing from that point. It's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Nobody. If you just imagine this, right? You done did all this stuff in your life just to sit here and submit to a man. Who are you to tell me anything? You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. That's reality. But if you're not like that, you don't have to really. I mean, I'm just giving you, like, all I'm doing is giving another point of view. That's just all it is. So we could try to say that, oh, he's going for the young ones, but he's probably talking about other men that's younger to talk to that's getting their life together, they can be talking to them. So he didn't have to go for him, but he had his own little agenda. But what he was saying, it made sense. It could be a young man that want to get another young woman pregnant or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But if he got his life together, but he still was getting on the young man, make sure they got their life together. But nobody ain't saying nothing with them.
Hey, Hills, can I ask a question real quick?
Can I add something to that, last, Kev?
Uh,
I'll wait till you finish, so I apologize.
oh, you did say you wanted to do. All right, I'm gonna get you and then Motto, Mateo.
Thanks.
Right. I
Um,
appreciate
so
you saying that, Kevin, because a lot of times, and this is just my thoughts, and I want to be honest about women, and this is the attitude that I've seen, and I do marriage counseling, and I see it even in the sessions. Women have this idea that just because they feel a certain type of way about something, that they are right, and they get to tell the men off and talk to the men like they're kids, right? I'm going to tell you off because you made me upset, right? And so sometimes it takes for us as women to step back and listen to what the men are actually saying. We don't have to like it. We don't even have to agree. But if a man is telling you from his point of view and more than one man is saying it, there's some truth to it. So maybe it's not about getting a younger woman. Maybe it's getting a woman that's more agreeable, right? That they don't have to fight and argue with,
Right.
right? Sometimes women can be very defensive. And that's something that as women we have to work on. We are not
You
always
can
right.
tell even off this debate. That's what I'm saying. You can't lie. Like you can tell even going back and forth with a stranger online. You can't lie and say I'm a submissive person or something like that. Because like, I don't. That's why I say that junk can just be weird to me. Because it's like we could be like, all of a sudden I can change as soon as I get a man now. Oh no, I'm submissive to my man. But I'm not. The thing is that your character says a lot. A character says a lot. We can lie to ourselves though, but it says a lot. That's all it is. We can't even control our emotions. That's like, how can we do that in a relationship? That's crazy. Because we get give some buns or give buns all of a sudden. Now we can control our emotions. Now that makes no sense at all. That don't make no sense.
Kevin, you can't talk about
We're not,
controlling
we're
emotions.
not
You
used to
just
men
went
being as
off.
vocal.
You
We're
said
not
what?
used to men being
Oh,
as vocal as they are, and
I
that's why
guess.
some women have a problem with it.
You know what's crazy is that people can see everybody else in the room, but they can't see themselves. So a lot of us on this panel are emotional, but Kevin, the host, so are you, and I understand why. But when you say like can't nobody control their emotions, when you just went off and you got upset, right? We can't tell you that you can't be upset, right? Because you were frustrated because you were trying to get a point across. But that's still an emotion.
Of
That
course.
still could somebody on the outside would have came in and said, "Oh, Kevin, you could have handled that differently." Am I
So
right?
what else could I did? I'm ain't like I
No,
was yelling or cussing
I'm just
somebody out.
saying,
I
like
just got
you
louder
just
because
got
I kept getting talked over. So what do
right
you
because
expect?
you
That's
got
supposed to be
emotional.
whispering,
That's what I'm
whispering to
saying.
get
You
my
People
point
handled
across.
it fine. You handled it just fine. You
I'm
did a
trying to
great
see
job.
what did I do
and
wrong?
it's
How
not
did I
for the
lost
line. I'm
control
not
of
You
my
didn't do
emotions?
nothing wrong.
saying
You
that
ain't do
is
nothing
not.
Don't let
wrong.
I'm not
anybody
saying that
tell
he didn't
you.
handle it.
You see what I mean
That's
when I
not
say
what I'm
women think they can
saying.
check men all the time.
That is not what I'm saying. I'm trying to give him an example because emotions show up in many different ways, right? I'm not saying you are valid, 100% fulfilling and going off the way that you did, but isn't that considered an emotion or a
Of course.
response emotionally, right?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. All of us are emotional because this is a subject that we are passionate about. That's it.
Yeah, but
That's
I'm
all. I
giving
don't know
people a
what
chance
Dr.
to
Divine
talk
is saying, but I'm
that's
not
the
saying that
difference
you.
though.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you didn't handle it well because I know you. We cool. You my guy. You handle things the same way all the time. You don't go off. You wasn't disrespectful. I'm saying somebody on the outside could have came and said, "Oh my God, he hostile." Does that mean that now you can't handle your emotions? No, that's not what that means. That means you got frustrated. You are entitled to get frustrated. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, of course.
I think what Kevin
speaking of
Samuel said.
getting a chance to speak, mind
Oh,
if I ask that question now?
Go ahead, Mateo.
Okay,
Thank you.
pause. Sorry, sir, not to
So
cut you off.
no, it's all good.
Miss
It's all good.
Miss J, what you're not
Um,
gonna do is come in here and be disrespectful. You're not gonna come in here and call this
I'm
man.
not being disrespectful. I've been politely
Not you.
waiting my
I'm not
turn.
Not you,
talking to you.
not you.
Oh,
You're not gonna come in here and talk about this man saying he's throwing temper tantrums and he's not masculine and he can't lead. You in the comments fighting for your life, my love. You don't even have the balls to come up here and say anything in this box. I can't stand women like y'all. Y'all come in here and try to be mad disrespectful and try to tear down the next man when this man has been nothing but patient, respectful, and he
Right.
wasn't throwing no tantrums.
He sure
He's the
wasn't.
host. He's definitely the host of this live. and he was getting control of his room. Now I understand,
That's
ma'am,
right.
you probably don't understand what that looks like because apparently there's no control in your life, and your father wasn't nothing, and your mother probably should have swallowed you, but we not gonna come in here and be disrespectful to him. Thank you. Continue, Kev.
Go ahead, Mateo.
Thank you. I heard you say some things like you didn't agree with everything that Kevin Samuel said, but you said some
Nope.
things that are right. Like for me, it's hard for me to find validity in the things that someone says when I know what their philosophy is based in. And I feel like Kevin Samuel's philosophy is based in a lot of animosity and hostility towards women, and so much to the point that it would reveal itself in ways that are indefensibly toxic, right? Like, my question was, there was an interview or a call that he was doing with a woman who had children, and was asking her, Kevin Samuels, like, how could I get a good man who will accept me and my child? And he basically told her that the only way is to make your child an asset to that man in some way, somehow. And she asked for him to give an example of what does he mean by that. And he stammered for a bit, and then he came up with a hypothetical situation that was really, really fucked up. He told her that in this hypothetical situation, that if her daughter was to come to her and tell her that she had been abused, she had been SA'd by her stepdad or by her dad, whichever one, doesn't matter, um, that she should tell that girl to shut up and be quiet, and that's your dad, and just don't leave, don't get a divorce, don't call the cops, don't take custody of the kids. And he was saying that the reason why is because kids lie. Apparently, kids lie when they say stuff like that, and that it's not fair for him to have his whole family blown up and his kids' family broken up over a lie told by a little girl. But I mean, the way I feel about that is that one statement, that one prescribed action is so indefensible that it completely taints everything else he has to say and makes him nothing more than a child abusing enabler. He told the mother not to believe her daughter when she comes and tells you that I've been SA'd by my dad or I've been SA'd by my stepdad. If my daughter ever told me that,
That's
I would
wild.
not. I would not take vigilante justice right away. If I would try to go through the legal means, and I would try to get an investigation to have everything investigated and confirmed, of course. But my first instinct is I'm going to protect my daughter. If this man is in question, and until those questions can be answered, he needs to be away from my kid. Period.
Okay, so I guess you probably. So how much is I love when people do that. How much is stuff you watch, or you just only saying that?
So
Because, huh?
I've watched quite a bit, hours upon
You
hours.
you couldn't have had because like my thing is even with this right. Like if you really was listening to people, even with me, right? I'm gonna put it this way: it's a lot of people that see me because I've been on here for a year, right? And they probably been in here, actually was watching, understand what I'm about, because a lot of people is obviously in the chat going crazy, don't know what I'm about. That I'm trying to actually, but whatever. But it's like one day I can get caught slipping, right? And they take that one video, and then all of a sudden that whole message is gonna be me. But the thing is, by people knowing me, that's actually watching my content, they're gonna try to see how I'm switching. Y'all was about to say I'm about to start switching some people around too, there's people in the box. But they're gonna know that they're gonna override. I mean, not override, but they're gonna realize that or they're gonna take off on me. You're right. If you're really a fan of somebody, you're gonna take off and be like, no, he didn't really mean it that way, or it's probably that circumstance in that situation, or they're gonna try to actually understand what he was meaning by that. Even though I gotta look at that video though, but I
I'm
doubt that
pretty
he's
sure
a
I
person
understood
that
what he
take up.
meant.
Huh?
I'm pretty confident I know what he meant, and I saw it in full context, unedited,
Yeah,
the entire interview. And what he was saying is that the reason why she should never expect any man to want to date her because she has kids is because there's always this underlying threat that a child can accuse him of abuse,
Oh,
and that there'll be no just like there'll be no repercussions for it, right? Um, I think where there's smoke, there's fire. Most accusations of SA are not false. It's very rare that a false allegation is made less than
That's weird. You
4% of the
didn't say
time.
that at first. Wait, so you done made everybody here get toe up in here. You didn't say that at first.
Well, no,
No,
he said
Kev,
that.
this
He
episode is
said that.
super,
I'll
super
give you the
old.
scenario he gave her. He said,
So the whole thing
he
was
said,
he was
what
just
if one
watching
day
out for
your
the guy
daughter
because he
comes
can
and
get
says,
accused.
well,
Yeah, it's a super,
listen to this
super old
hypothetical.
episode.
His hypothetical goes like this: what if one day your daughter, let's say I start dating you and your daughter's 5 years old, and then 10 years later, when she's 15, she comes up to you and says, "Kevin touched me when I was getting out of the shower." What are you going to do then? And she said, "Well, that would be an end of relationship type thing." And he goes, "What? What the fuck you mean that would be an end of relationship? You're just going to assume that she's telling the truth? You're just going to believe her? What if she's lying? And you know, kids lie, right?" And she goes, "Well, grown men lie too." And he goes, "Oh, so you're just gonna fuck up my whole family, blow up my whole shit, blow up my kids' shit over what your daughter said, even though kids lie." And she stammered, and he was like berating her, and she even tried to like submit to him and be submissive and second guess herself, even though her first initial reaction was correct. If your daughter tells you that her stepdad or her dad is abusing her sexually, you treat it like she's telling the truth. But his prescribed action in that scenario is to not treat her like she's telling the truth, to in fact treat her as if she's lying.
So this is one of those ones, Kev. I'm not playing devil's advocate, but it's a very, very old episode. Now, it can be seen one or two ways. It can be seen the way that you saw it, which is him trying to protect the man, and it can be seen the way that Matteo is saying it. This is one of those. It is in an episode though. I didn't necessarily. I got it, but
It actually came
I
out
think
just
I think
about a
his
month before he
wording
died.
is. I don't know. That's one. I think his wording. I think I knew what he meant just because it's Kevin Samuels. Like you have to watch him. Like you just said, you have to know people. I don't. Me personally, I don't think that's what he meant, but I think it came off like that to a lot of people. But you could probably find it. It's a very old episode though.
And it actually came out
I
before
saw
he
that
See,
died,
the
episode.
so
thing
it's one of his
is,
most
that's what
recent
happened
episodes.
though. That's just like and that's what I noticed though. When people is getting bigged up or whatever, it's like they did McDonald's. What they gonna do is when especially they don't like a certain situation or they don't like seeing success, or especially with just him, his situation, he was locking a lot of doors and opening a lot of eyes. They're gonna try to find the worst thing they can do just so they can put him in this box. Because like it's people that like putting people on. That's why the people that's like this right now, and I like the people that are seeing in the comments. Them are the ones that's going to be stuck in their situation. Because the thing is, when you live a life trying to sit here and find something to demonize a person or whatever because you don't like what they saying, because you don't want to change yourself, or you want to find the worst parts or the worst clips so you can hurt him and make him seem like a bad guy or something like that, you're gonna be stuck because you're gonna be living that type of life even with you gonna literally be that guy person that get your man in trouble and put your family in trouble and all that situation because you that type of person that always want to, because you don't want to change yourself. There are people that just don't want to change. So they're going to try to find the worst parts. That's what they're going to do. And that's what it's always like. Just like McDonald's. Oh, they're eating humans and all this weird stuff. So because they see it's a successful type business, so they're going to try to find something to bring it down. It's just people that's just haters. That's what it is. And they get people off their
Being
feelings
a
and go
hater,
for the worst stuff. And do you want a person that's like this? Or do you know what I'm saying? But do you listen to the whole? If you actually took the time and
yeah,
listened to this dude for
yeah,
hours,
I
he
did.
don't only
I
talk
did.
about that. And that's what be getting me
I mean,
feel
there's
a
lots of
certain
other
way.
things
Like,
that he
no,
said that
why
I
y'all
disagree
taking?
with,
Yeah,
but
huh?
I think a lot of the stuff that he said, I disagree with almost everything he says, but I think a lot of the things that he says, you could at least make a devil's advocate defense of, right? But that one particular thing that he said, like I said, is indefensible. And like we can debate about his ideas about what a high value man is, or or what men value in women. We can debate about that, but I don't think there's any debate. If your daughter tells you she's been sexually abused, you believe her. You're supposed to believe her. And anyone who tells you not to believe your own child when she tells you that is a piece of shit, really. And they should get fucked up, really, honestly.
So then
Well,
All
I
right.
think
Well,
I
all
think
right.
my
I'm about
question
I
is,
to.
what
saw the
happens when you
episode.
guys find out that the
I,
child did lie, and now
I,
this man is
As I
behind
said, people
bars,
only look at
or
things from one side. But of course,
the
I ain't
relationship
about
is
to
over,
address
and the
that
child
because
actually lied?
I ain't
Yeah,
about to
that's
address
one of
that
them.
because
It's
people.
not playing
False
devil's advocate.
if
allegations
I could
account
just
for
say
less than
one thing,
4% of
But
all allegations,
but
so it's statistically improbable that she's lying.
Yeah, so I feel you. So
No.
yeah, I'm
Okay. So
gonna try to rotate these
tell that
boxes.
to the men that are
If
locked
I could
up
just say
behind
one
false
thing,
allegations. I'm sure
No.
they'll
I'm
scream
about
into
to
your
rotate
face.
these boxes. I got people in the box and stuff. So at least okay, we heard your point of view. So you basically didn't like them, so that's cool. Um,
can I
so
say one thing?
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
don't like him. He's also like
Yeah,
a
but Kevin,
chum.
you should go watch the episode. You probably understand what he was trying to say. I
Yeah,
took it both
I probably
ways.
it
I took
ain't
it
that
both
it
ways.
really ain't that serious to me because I can tell he not that type of guy to promote some stuff
Yeah,
like that. I already know he not.
I
That'd be
think you have
crazy.
to rely on, I guess what he's trying to get across sometimes. That's why I was like, I agree, but I disagree. I don't think he was a bad or a horrible person, right? I learned a lot from him. But that one, I think his wording was off. That's
His
not
word,
what I
that's what
don't
they do. They do that. It be the
yeah.
word and that tear people up. That's why
And
you
that
gotta
was
really
a
watch what
very,
you say
very,
online.
very long that was a long podcast. You talked too
Yeah,
much
Yeah,
that
for
was.
him too.
I wanted to check it out to see if that really happened. But I think people like to disagree with Kevin Samuels. But what if it came from someone else? Because a lot of the things that he said were not wrong, right? He's trying to bring light to some of the dysfunctional behaviors in our community. So whether he said it or not, the question would be: is some of the stuff true? It is true, right? When you think about the risk that fathers would take if they are step parents, right? They
Yeah,
don't get full authority all the time, right? So men are telling you from their point of view, who are we to dismiss how they feel and invalidate their feelings or their experiences? I'm not talking about Kevin Samuels. I don't know about that situation. I'm not even going to get into it or discuss it. I'm out with that one. But I'm just saying, it is a risk for
it
some,
is a
right?
risk, and you see
It is a
why.
true risk.
Vice
But as
versa.
a woman would not see that if she's not going to be a step parent. Of course, a woman would want someone else to come into her children's life and take on that role. She benefits from that. But what he is saying, the man who has no real true stake may not always benefit from it, right? He's coming in and adding something to your life. We should praise men who do that. I think that's an honor. I thank God for stepfathers and step parents. I think that is amazing. So, but we don't give them the credit and we don't talk honestly about the things that truly happen, the things that they really truly experience. So we shouldn't try to fight what they're saying. Let's listen to them and let's try to fix it. Maybe as a mom, we could tell some of the mothers that y'all need to have these conversations before you get married about discipline, about how you're going to parent the child together. Have these conversations before you get together. But we can't just dismiss it and say, oh, it's not true. Oh, he benefits from it. You know what I'm saying? We have to learn to listen sometimes.
That's what I'm saying. It's two sides to every situation, but people like to listen to the wrong side or the worst sides. Like I said, I can get it. If you are one of the, because usually hit dogs holler, right? So if you are falling into one of his categories, you're gonna find anything to demonize a certain situation because you don't want to change yourself. So you're gonna find something to make somebody look bad because you feel bad. That's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? But I can understand the tactics and stuff.
Right.
But
Okay. So question,
if I
bar of
could
a
just say
woman, right?
one thing,
A hit dog will holler. So I was triggered by what he said about the women over 35 having multiple baby daddies. Even though I had upgraded my life, my mistake is like always being attached to my value and my worth. Yes, that's a problem for me because you shouldn't. If I was 35 and I done made this mistake of 15 more times after this, right? I was 21 the last time I had a baby, 21 the last time I got pregnant. I made sure that I was very careful up and all the way up until present. Why does my value still have to be decreased by something I did at 21? Yes, that's a problem for me. Yes, that is triggering for me because I've worked very hard to heal and grow and become a better person, make better decisions. Clearly, why does that have to? You get what I'm trying to say? Like, I think, like I said, a lot of the wordings, you should have said women over 35. It should have been like, he probably should have went in depth. And this just could be just my opinion. Went in depth, like, okay, women who are 35 who have consistently made the same relationship pattern all the way up until 35, or you know what I'm saying, who has not. I don't know. That would have made me feel
I mean,
better.
I can feel it, but like I can feel. That's what I'm saying. But we just gotta be honest with ourselves. Like I know that if I was a chunky guy or something like that, whatever. I don't know, whatever. I'm saying, of course, I'm not. I know I'm not in a higher bracket with the guys that probably got money, right? Got money, fit, and all this stuff. I know my spot. I can't get mad because I'm in the middle of the dating market. It's just reality. I can't because I know I made mistakes. I might have ate wrong. I done could have been getting myself together, but I wanted to play video games instead or something like that. That's just reality. You know what I'm saying? I gotta take it to the chin and start and put in the work. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like because what we our interest is different though. You know what I'm saying? Like men, women usually have a value when they start. They got that value because most of the time men go off of looks and you know how much they save themselves, right? So all that stuff about less because most of the time they say women care about dude with experience and dudes don't want women with we talking about sexual experience, right? That's what we talking about. But it's just like that. We're literally opposites. You know what I'm saying? Women like older, men like younger. And that's just how it is. That's the only way they're with each other and stuff. I don't think women like younger men. It's just weird. But it's just we literally opposites. Women like smart men or men that's smarter than them. But as soon as it's just not saying that I can't say that opposite way, but it's just like especially if I want a leader, right? If they want a leader, they, what I'm saying, they want to know that their man know what they're doing, all that stuff, whatever. It's basically, it's literally opposite. You just got to look at it that way. That's
So
just
would you
how
tell
it
your
is.
daughter that? Like, say if your daughter say if you were raising your daughter by yourself and, a lot of tragic things happen to her, some stuff you probably didn't know happened to her, and she started to make mistakes in her teenage years, she gets pregnant, and then again at 20, and then again at, 21, 22. So once she hits 35, are you going to tell her that she is not worthy? Are you going to tell her that she's less than? Are you going to tell her that she's leftovers? Will you tell your daughter that?
That's reality. Yeah, that's the dating market. Yes. You
You would
made your
tell her
mistakes.
that
I'm not
no
about to
man is
coddle
going
you.
to want
That's
her.
your fault. Because the thing is, I'm going to warn my daughter before she get there. When she want to make her mistakes, that's her fault. But reality is going to be reality no matter how it is. I can't fake and lie to her and say that no, you still the top of the key with 2 kids and all this stuff. You can still get the man you want or need or something. That's lying. I'm not gonna lie to my child just to make her feel good.
So
Even
you
with me
won't.
in general, with the stuff I talk about in general, I told people I would rather live good than feel good. Because these feelings that's what be making us get stressed out and all that stuff because we lie to ourselves when we got insecurities. We got it's all type of stuff. And so I'd rather be real with my daughter off rip because I know how men is. I know
Right.
men.
Right.
Okay.
You know
So
what I'm saying?
I
So
have a father. My dad told me that. I still made the mistake, right? Because I'm young and dumb. I think, what I'm saying? I know everything. As a teenager, all of us thought at one point in time we knew everything. Not everybody, but all of us. But my daddy has never, God rest his soul, has never put his hands on me, and he has never once told me that I was less valuable, ever, as his daughter. And that's not saying that he didn't hold me accountable for my mistakes. You can hold somebody, you not hold people accountable, but he held me responsible for my mistakes. Like when I was 17 and pregnant, he could have yelled at me. He could have did everything. He broke it down to me. He sat down and have a long conversation with me, but he has never told me that I was of less value
because that man cared
because
about your feelings, of course.
What
no,
if
it's because,
what if other men feel that
wow.
way? But what if other men, your father probably would never tell you that. I get it. Your
Right.
dad's not going to tell you that. But in reality, what if men feel that way? Right? Because remember, if this man doesn't have children with you and he's connecting himself to you, he has to now take on the responsibility of your children, right? So he may not look at that as desirable. So I don't think you're less valuable, but for some men, that's not desirable. That's a reality, whether we like it or not,
That's what I'm
right?
just
You
saying.
can't
We
tell
can't
men
live.
love. You can't say love her no matter what she does. She can make whatever mistake she wants. Oh, you just have to love. That's not the real. In a
That's
perfect world, that would happen. But in this world that we live in, life is not fair.
reap what
Life
you
is
sow,
not
man. This is what it
fair
is.
for us.
We can say we mistaked or I didn't mean it or nothing like that, but
Right.
life gonna continue
Some
no matter
people in
what.
jail for mistakes. Some people locked up for life for a mistake they made as a teenager, and they got to deal with the consequences. So we have to
Yeah,
stop telling young people that, oh, you young and dumb, because guess what? The things you do when you're young will last for the rest of your life. So you got to be
exactly.
honest with them and say, you might have been young and dumb, but guess what? You gotta live with the consequences of whatever you decide, no matter what. You gotta tell your kids the truth so they can make better decisions. You know what I mean? I tell my daughter the truth. I'm not gonna say you can go out here and have 3 kids by 3 different baby daddies. No, you're gonna find some rich man that's just gonna love you no matter what. People look at your life pattern. That's like if a
Right.
guy's gone to jail for 20 years and he comes out, I'm not gonna say, oh, he made, he making better decisions. I'm gonna look at the 20 years, right? I'm gonna look at those mistakes. I'm gonna look at the patterns. I'm gonna look at his character, his integrity. Sometimes your integrity is determined by the decisions that you make. And guess what? You got some 35 and 40-year-old women out here making the same mistake. So it's not always young and dumb. Some of these grown women, 40, 50, still out here in these streets doing the same thing. So I don't think age always have anything to do with it because some of these young women out here are doing great things. So it's not young and dumb. It's some
Absolutely.
young,
They
smart,
go another
educated
thing though.
people.
They go
Absolutely,
another thing
ma'am.
though.
It's a lot of young women out here doing
So
amazing
they're not
things,
all young and
and it's
dumb.
a lot of
Yeah.
young men out
Hey,
here doing amazing things. The way I grew
Exactly.
up and the way I
hold on.
raised
Hey,
my
1 second,
kids.
Jay, before you go far, forget, because I'm gonna get you next anyway. I was about to pick you next anyway.
Sorry, I didn't know
What?
someone was next. I
I,
didn't mean to cut off who was
oh no,
next.
you good,
Sorry.
you good, you good. She was just finishing anyway. But I was just about to say this, just like this right here, right? That's how I realized, like, no matter if you young, made mistakes or not, that's just like you being young. You catch a STD, right? You can make up all the excuses in the world, but you still got to live with it, no matter what. It's like that reap what you sow is real. You know what I'm saying? So we can't. Nobody's gonna tell me, oh man, you'll be all right or something like that. You didn't really mean it, but it's not gonna go away. That STD is still gonna be there, no matter how we want to look at it. So it's like no matter if we made mistakes, if we was young and didn't know any better, we gotta still live with it. That's just like me crossing the street, not looking both ways across the street. I'm still gonna get hit with a car. It's not gonna be like, dang, I didn't know. I'm still gonna get hit by the car. That's just reality. We gotta like whatever happened in our life, we do pay for our we pay for our past. That's just what it is. If I don't take care of my teeth and I grow with cavities or something like that, I can't be like, I didn't know or something like that. My teeth gonna ride out on me sitting with no gums and missing teeth. That's just reality. That's all it
Right.
is.
100%.
But go,
I just wanted to say something about Kevin Samuels. For the first 3 years that he started doing content, he was hard on men to level up.
right.
And he talked as harshly as he did to women, he talked maybe even harsher to men. And men decided, okay, either I will level up or I won't watch him. But when he started talking about women and how they could be better, women wanted to cancel him. Women would call him names and everything else like that. And I just find it real interesting that no one complained about Kevin when he was talking about men leveling up and different things like that, getting up their money, becoming high value. But no one didn't really complain about it until he started to talk about women.
Well, I know the answer on that because dudes are used to getting the same. It's the same thing. We've been getting bashed for the past 50 years. It was average thing. You know what I'm saying? So it
Absolutely. But
wasn't women wasn't used to it happening to them. So that's why it became a
right.
popular thing. And so I understand the reason why. You know what I'm saying? They not
No,
used
I
to it
get the
though.
reason, but I just find it funny. You know what I'm saying? And now,
Yeah.
even now on TikTok and other platforms, men are saying how they've been feeling. They're bringing those conversations from the barbershop into social media. And
Yeah.
again, sometimes they're unpleasant things for women to hear, and they do get kind of triggered sometimes.
Yeah.
Because men
So
are
I'm gonna
trying
let
to help. Men are
what's
trying to be the hero.
uh,
Men need to be the hero to these women. Just like Kevin Samuel said, winter is fucking coming.
oh boy. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna say I'm gonna like you, but I'm gonna get to you in a minute. I'm gonna let Jay go real quick
Yeah.
because I know she been waiting. I gotta go in order because I got a few people up here.
So much. I just want to, first of all, whoever I cut off before, my bad. I didn't know we was in order. My bad. So basically, I just wanted to say a couple of things. I want to say one thing about Kevin Samuels, and then I wanted to say one thing about us. When I say us, I mean people. It don't matter our age. It don't matter, it kind of don't matter our race, but I'm a fist pumping sister, but and I'm all about my people first. But it really, what matters is what's in your heart, your mentality. If it's okay for you to go around raw dogging people, or letting people raw dog you, that's a problem within you. That's a problem within you. And then if you're at one stage in your life and you do the raw dogging thing, and then you luckily make it out of the raw dogging stage in your life, and you get to the point to where you're protecting yourself, you're trying to level up, whatever the case may be, to turn around and dog the next person is not cool. And therefore, at that point, whatever smoke you get after you dogging someone out and calling them leftovers and low value because they've had children out of wedlock, that's not cool. Now, having children out of wedlock is definitely not the best thing. But then sometimes we do have women who are single parents and they're completely married. So that's a completely different situation. But to call someone a leftover or something like that, nah, that's not cool.
So what
That
was
is
the message you got out of it though? Because I mean, we know everybody, even all these Wendy Williams was doing the same thing, call people out their name and all that stuff. They didn't give it that energy either. But I'm just saying, like, now it's like why we always stop at the name calling and miss the whole entire message. Like, have you ever used to watch him the whole thing?
I've watched some of his stuff. However, at the end of the day, Kevin Samuels is someone who doesn't even take care of himself. Kevin Samuels is someone who doesn't even take care of his own kids. So who is that? That's like the buster off the street.
That's what he
Well,
We
yeah,
talked
have
but
to
about
be
on his live.
careful of who we listen
What
to
is
because
that?
everybody is not able. I'm
Wait,
sorry,
so
what
was
is
that
he
he was
only
what?
had one child.
Hold on real quick, brother. So was that what he was talking about the whole life? Was how much he didn't take care of his kids and he couldn't take care of himself? That's what he's talking about the whole entire thing. That's what he got out of it.
Man, it really don't matter what he talking about. If you're a bum, you're a bum. Bums don't take care of their kids. Bums don't take care of themselves. Who listens to bums? Who?
Oh, can I respond to
Go ahead,
that, please?
Peacock.
You know when I can talk.
Well, I'm sorry. Can I
Hold on, y'all.
respond?
I just have a quick question.
Just real quick, I'm gonna
Um,
let my mind go real quick, and then you can go ahead.
just real quick. I'm gonna wait for her to come back because my question is,
No, she
you
ain't
know,
coming
she
back.
can't.
Just dropped her because
Oh,
it's
you just
pointless.
dropped
She's
her.
not even talking about the
Oh,
topic.
okay. Because I was trying to figure out where your apology was because she came in here saying that she is, you know what I'm saying, a fist power black woman supporting everybody, and you shouldn't come in criticizing and dragging. And Kevin Samuels was wrong for saying women were less of value, but she was straight dragging you and belittling you in the comments, and you're a black man. So I'm just trying to figure out how that works.
They ain't gotta worry about it. Block her. I just
Oh, okay.
blocked her.
I was
I
just trying to
just
figure out.
blocked her.
I was trying to figure out how
But
that worked.
yeah, that's why I said this ain't that type. I'm not trying to make the live like this. It ain't about that. I'm just trying to see what did people get out of it, and we not trying to. What the thing is, what happened with that situation? She was just projecting herself. You know what I'm saying? Because like my whole thing is this was the question. I'm just trying to see what did you learn from the guy, not what he was about. Because there's a message that he had, but people was overlooking it because they putting their own feelings in it. I don't doubt he was sitting there talking about, man, let me tell y'all how bad of a character is or how I can't keep up with a marriage or something like that. I don't think that's what he did on his whole show. It's crazy. So, you can go ahead, fun size.
So I listened to Kevin Samuels faithfully. Okay. He taught me how to take accountability. All right. Kevin Samuels, I saw to me as a man that was brutally honest. He was here to help women and men, but he was brutally honest to the harsh point that we had to get to. Because if we couldn't be brutally honest with each other, we couldn't accept accountability. So literally there was one thing he said, right? Remember he talked about keeping journals?
Mhm.
I've kept a journal and I tell everybody in every live I've been in, I keep a journal in every 2 weeks. I will go through and look at the words that I have that go through, the interactions I have. That way I can look at what I need to accept accountability for myself. That way I can put 100% into each relationship that I go into. Now, I think Kevin Samuels was so brutally honest that some women, right? Now I come from a traditional background. I'm a little different. I come from a father and a mother that stuck up for each other, that taught me ancestry. Okay, they taught me what my background was with each other, and they taught me culture with people. So we looked at everybody as a water bottle with the same water in it with different colors, with cultures. Okay, so you give a purple bottle, a yellow bottle, an orange bottle, a green bottle, and you put
I
water
was
in
just
each
about to say that.
bottle, then everybody is the same, but they have different cultures. Okay. And that's kind of like what Kevin Samuels kept digging in was, okay, you want a traditional man, but you don't want to be a traditional woman. So if you want that man to be traditional, how can you be mad at him if he goes to this Chinese woman or if he goes to this person or that person? Because people will attract to the ones that they can connect to. All right. And what I learned from Kevin Samuels, and I wish he was still here, God rest his soul, because he really taught me what you can have between each other. Once you learn that, all right, don't be afraid to have the conversation when you meet somebody to say, look, I want kids. I want marriage. Women, when you want it, don't go to that OnlyFans. Don't there are many ways to make money. Many ways to make money. Okay. He told y'all tons of ways to make money. Right? Am I wrong?
Right.
Tons. And he said specifically, when you go on dates with these men, I remember there was this one tactic, right? And I don't remember which one it is, which episode, but he said something about Drake, getting a handkerchief and dropping it, making sure it smells good, get a little scarf or something, and make sure it's got a vanilla or a honey or a musk smell. Go to a happy hour, right? Go to a happy hour and you look around. You got your little scarf. You want to make sure it's in your little purse. You want to look around. You want to be approached. You can't get approached. Okay, well, I see a man right here. He's looking at me, but I don't see him looking at me that much. But I'm gonna get his attention. That one doesn't attention to you when you drop that handkerchief, right? And you sprayed it with your scent. Now he explained the whole thing about testosterone and all that, like how a man will pick it up and how it activates testosterone. And women need to listen to a lot of it. You need to listen to the beginning, because I literally listened to Kevin Samuels in the beginning. Because if you don't listen to him in the beginning, then I feel like people take him out of context, okay? Because I learned so much from this man that I wish he was still alive, that there was another one, but there can't be. There literally can't be. Because I went to therapy because of this man. I found what I did wrong. I was able to accept accountability for what my trauma was, okay? And I speak in the sense of, I came from the household of a traditional household, right? I was so pressured into a certain religion and to be married that I actually married wrong. And then I developed this whole social conditioning that I had to have friends and I had to go out. I had to have fun. I had to do this. This man did me wrong. I took care of everything. He cheated on me and I still stayed with him. But then he went to someone in my family. He did me wrong. It doesn't matter. You know what matters? Is being able to let go of that trauma. And it'll be like, yo, I can still be feminine. I can still be me. I know how to attract the right man by wearing this cute dress that isn't so tight, that I smell good, the same way I want my man to smell good, that I can enjoy this. Because once you learn the biology of a man and you listen to men, ladies, as a woman, those men look at you differently. I am a rare mindset because I grew up differently and I went through trauma. But I listened to Kevin Samuels. I lost my daddy. Okay, I lost my daddy. My daddy he helped me through everything. I lost him through cancer, right? God bless him. But Kevin Samuels always taught us, right? What did he teach us mainly? That women are the prize. We have to be the prize. Men have to have a plan. If a man wants a good woman, right, the woman has to be emotionally stable. If she is older, if she has children, if she has this and that. Look, he broke it down to the point to be like, I feel like the second that he started talking about women who had kids, the women that got defensive didn't listen to what he was saying. Because what he was teaching you was, you can have the emotional stability that the 20-year-olds don't have, okay? That you'll be able to grow with that man that has
Preach.
that plan, to have that business that you want, to have all those levels of that 10 10% men that you want to have. But you can't have them if you're not emotionally stable, because those men are not going to be around all the time. You can't expect them to answer every text. You can't expect, look, I stay off of social media ever since him. I've only been on TikTok because of this. I stay off Facebook. I don't have a Facebook. I stay off Instagram. I don't have an Instagram. Okay? And this is all because of him. You know why? It's social conditioning, because I don't need that. I have limited my circle of friends so small that it's literally even my family I have picked out. Because guess what? I have grown so much to the top with the men that I want to surround myself around, that I learned from that. And I wish he was alive, so I should be like, yo, do you know how much I learned from you? And everybody's like, oh, she's a pick me. She's a pick. Go ahead and call me a pick me. I don't care. I'm not even looking in the comments when I talk. Because guess what? I learned something. I'm grateful. I'm happy. I learned the law of detachment. Now I learned how to attract the man that I want to have. Because guess what? If all your clothes are tight, you're trashy. If you're swearing, you're trashy. If
Oh, my
you're
boy Ghost in the building.
Yeah, like I'm saying, Kevin Samuel, like you really got to go to the beginning, okay? If anybody has a problem, okay, he will legitimately, excuse me, he will suggest books. He will suggest fragrances for you guys. He will suggest every sense of help for you. Even he isn't alive right now. You will find some way for you ladies and men to help each other. Go to the beginning of his podcast and listen before you speak on him, right? Because I've learned so much in the sense of it's like, okay, I need to attract a man that I do want. Now, what makes me valuable to that man? Because guess what? That man that I want, his time is valuable. How much is his time worth? How much is my time worth? My time is not anywhere where it was not anywhere along the lines of the time where his time was worthy, right? So if you want to be paid, let's talk about business shit, right? He always talked about marriage and everything as a job, because women want to talk about these jobs. Look at the stats from PEW. 90% of women that are educated divorce their husbands because they think they no longer need them until they get tired of working. And look at AI. Look what happened. I didn't continue my degree. I stopped at an associate's degree. Thank God for Kevin Samuels. Thank God. I'm telling you. Because I learned. I legitimately learned. But I got two little boys also, so he's trying to me. He hears me, and I just want to make it real quick. I don't want to get too much in.
I was just about to say, man, we got a couple
Yeah,
people too, but you
you
preaching though. I
you
love
gotta
it.
listen to Kevin Samuels from the beginning all the way to the end, because he will help you in so many different ways that you don't even know. He will.
I think Lima. She knew
Halima.
I was.
Yeah. I knew where you was going. Everybody
Dang,
do that.
automatic. I mean, she knew I was. I was over there sounding
Yeah.
silly. I
It happens all the time.
What I say. I'm already prepared for
Um,
that. I'm
so
already prepared for pick me's. I'm already prepared for a lot of that.
Hey, you ain't got
You
to
know
worry
what?
about that. But you the one that's
My
happy at the end of the day, so
daddy,
you ain't got to worry about that. You know
you know what?
yourself, so.
You know what? I know my
so
daddy
my
up in the
response.
sky is proud of me. He taught me to be like this when I was little. I got broken down from a bad divorce. I was with him for 7 years. I got married young at the age of 19. I thought I was supposed to be in this whole religion thing. I learned out what I was learning was wrong. And when I lost my dad, I was like, who do I go to? And for some reason, Kevin Samuels came up. For some reason, he did. And thank God he did. Thank God he did. Because I'd probably be in one of these damn statistics.
But fun size, I gotta let somebody else go though,
Go
real quick.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Matter of fact,
Um,
I gotta switch you out anyways though, real quick, because I gotta
Tony's trying to come
facilitate
up.
these boxes real quick. But I appreciate you, man. Follow me real quick. follow me and stuff. I do need you to talk some more to some more people, man, so we can get some things going, man.
So what I never had an issue with Kevin Samuels. Actually, actually used to watch him quite often. One of my friends kind of got me listening to him, or she told me about him. And her first response, like most people's response when they're triggered by something, because it only affects you if you feel like you don't, or you do fit the preference, right? So my friend was all upset because she felt like he was rating women. And so what I got from him is accountability,
See?
especially for women, accountability, and accountable for your actions, your mistakes, your how you hold yourself, the value that you hold yourself, and he wanted to put the black family back together. So women didn't like his tone, but um it didn't stop the message, right? So you might not like the tone, but facts are facts. You may not like the way I say it, but it's still a fact. So he asked a lady a question. He said, do black women act like they belong to black men? And she said yes. And so he challenged the question, and then he asked her, do Asian women act like they belong to Asian men? Do Hispanic women act like they belong to Hispanic men? And she answered yes to every one of those questions. And when he came back around to black women, do black women act like they belong to black men? She couldn't answer it. And it's because women have this thing where we rate ourselves higher than what we are because we're women, because we have something that we know that men want. We put our value a lot higher than what it's supposed to be. So he had a lot of single mothers on there that's like, okay, you had a baby by this dude, but how come you didn't marry him? Well,
Mm-hmm.
he wasn't right. Well, why did you have a baby by him, ma'am? Like accountability. You laid down and had a child with this man, so now you didn't create it, even though women say, oh, well, the man, he should have done this, that, and the other. Okay, yes, but you're the one walking around pregnant. You're the one, it's papa's baby, mama's right, or mama's baby, papa's maybe, right? You
Mm-hmm.
have to take care of this child 100% of the time. So you allow yourself to get knocked up by what you call a know nothing dude, and you didn't marry him. So now you have created the broken home.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just accountability. And men are constantly saying what they do not like, right? They don't like the wigs. They don't like the hair pulled all the way back from the ponytail and gelled on the side of the forehead. They don't like the nails. They don't like the loud mouths, the combative, the uncooperation. And women are just like, well, this is the way I am, and you're just gonna have to accept it. No, they don't. That's what men are saying. No, we do not have to accept what comes along with you. Men have a right to have a preference, and that's what he's saying. If you're trying to attract a man, then you need to do the things that attract men. You can't go out here half naked and be like, oh, well, this is what I want to do, and I'm going to attract, and have these outlandish standards. Like women have these standards that are crazy. Like you have to be 6 foot this, you have to have this amount of dollars, you have to, mind you, they don't have a pot to what in, or a window to throw it out of. However, they have all these standards for men. And I think his message was, be realistic. There's a lot of women that came on there with 4 kids with different baby daddies, overweight, this, that, and the other. However, they felt like they were better than the average blue collar worker. And that's why you have a lot of men and women that are single, because these women have unrealistic standards. Oh, he's not on my level. What level is that, ma'am? How many kids do you have? 3. How many baby daddies do you have? 2. Did you go to college? No. What's your dress size? So you about 300 some pounds, 4 baby daddies, and you have nerve to talk about what what your stand like. It just got ludicrous. So a lot of women, to sum it all up, a lot of women just didn't like the tone. If they fit the narrative, they were triggered, because you're only triggered by something that you feel applies to you. I wasn't offended. I'm not a baby mama. I'm not 300 pounds. I'm not. So what he said actually made sense, and I was able to take it. I applied the things that applied to me, and I threw out the rest. So
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what I wanted to say though, dang. I had some too, but I like that, like that. I think even I even seen episodes where he was trying to even get them to go back to the baby daddy and was trying to convince them as much as he can, like, hey, you need
Yep.
to try your best to make
To
it
get
work.
back.
You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? I'm like, dog, he really was trying his best because the thing is, a lot of them were just coming on there with their feelings, just like a lot of people. Oh, I'm actually shocked. There's a lot of people that actually understand more than people that's hating in the comments, but it's like, but the thing is, he's like, he couldn't get past their feelings because the thing is, a lot of stuff he was saying was making sense. Like, if you don't want no broken family, you got to find a way for you and your ex to get back together. It's something like a lot of the times, they don't even be bigger than what they trying to make it be. It'd be like, oh, he didn't show me attention. Like, but let each other work on each other, and y'all can come back and have a good family. You know what I'm saying? That's all he wanted to do was get, especially the black families, to put them together. You know what I'm saying? But it
Yep.
was just so many excuses and stuff, and it was, man,
And
it
then
was
most
something else.
women
Something
talk
else.
about their emotions because they can't. The every time he asks them a question, I feel like, as opposed to I think.
Yeah,
So women lead with emotion, however, men are logical. And so
yeah,
if women take their emotions out of it and they think logically, which is I'm sure I'm a woman, so I understand how difficult it can be. However, if you think logically and stop putting everything about your feelings or making everything about your feelings, then you will understand the message. It's really not that hard. Be fit, be feminine, be cooperative. Don't give them a headache. And a lot of these relationships where, because what women are going after the top, what, 5% of men in it, like that's ludicrous. You're not going to get the top 5% of men. And so stop thinking about that. You can take, I don't want to say you could take a man because a man's supposed to be the head of the household. However, the man that you're with, if that man don't have to come home and hear your mouth and hear you nagging him about the most pettiest, stupid things, when that man has to go, especially black men, have to go out and work and fight the world, and now he's sitting in his car 2 hours because he don't want to come in because as soon as he hit the door, doing all that. That man,
Fact.
that man
Big
can't even
facts.
put you all in a position to be in a better place because his mind is so bogged down with your pettiness. That man can't even sit down and take a breath and think of a plan to put you in a better financial position or to make your family the top 1% because you constantly nagging him and he's just trying to get out the house to get away from you. Like the women have to understand. Women have to understand that it's really not that hard. Chill, relax, let that man. Because what women don't understand, and I don't like this about women, they use the word submission and they take that and they put a negative connotation to it. Submission is not a bad thing. Control is not a bad thing. If you have children, you have to have some sort of control over your children in order to be a protector and a provider, right? A man has to have some sort of control over you in order to protect and provide. Because if you go out here half naked and you go to the club and somebody messes with you, who you gonna call? You're gonna call your man. But you shouldn't have took your tail out there because you know what wearing stuff like that, the type of attention is gonna get. So now you can get this man into all type of drama because I could do what I want to do. I'm a grown woman. I could,
mm,
all of that. It's ludicrous. Relax, close your mouth, be submissive, and women don't understand is with submission comes power. A submissive woman could get a man to do anything. That's where you hold the power. You hold the power in your submission because he's going to want to come home. He's going to want to work hard so he can provide for you because he's coming home to peace.
all right, all right. Hold on, let me get a couple of
Not,
these things.
nothing she said was a lie. nothing, nothing she
Whatever.
said was a lie. Like I be damned. As a married woman, look, my number one job is to make sure my husband's life is peaceful as can
Exactly.
be. The world already beats him up. Work beats him up. It's a blessing that my husband's able to leave the house, go home, and come back in one piece just how the world is today. I'd be damned if he pulls in the driveway knowing that he done already went through stuff out there in the world, that I have to make his life unpeaceful. His home is not his kingdom. Nah, nope. Because if I'm not his peace, somebody else will be.
Exactly. I'm gonna say, I'm
Point.
gonna put a real quick point, and this might be a little TMI, but when I got with my fiance, he was like, "Look, either you gonna get with the program, or I'm gonna find somebody who's gonna get with the program." And do you know what I did? I got with the program. It's not, is because I mean,
Straight lane.
it was a little challenging
I'm about to
coming.
make all the masculine women mad in here.
I
Stop it.
mean, that's fine, but it
Oh, they
it was
already mad in here. Talking about, oh, I like
What
a
you
fat.
mean? I don't do
it
that.
was it was a little
You-
difficult.
in the beginning, right? Because I was like, oh, I got 2 college degrees and I'm going to law school. He was like, let me tell you something, baby girl, are those degrees gonna help pay these bills around here? Because he has real bills. Like he makes over 6 figure, like well over 6 figures. So he's like, are those degrees gonna help with these 6 figure bills? I was like, well, no. Well then, okay, that's nice. Next, what else do you have? Like he wasn't even impressed. So I had to simmer down. I had to come into my femininity, into my feminine energy, and allow him to do what he needs to do, and realize that I'm here as a helpmate. All that independent, I'm independent, I'm this, that, and the other, didn't mean anything. He was not having it. He was like, look, I'm the man. This is what it's gonna be. You can be how you want, but it's not gonna be with me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like,
Hey,
okay, if I want to live a certain lifestyle, I don't want to work.
damn.
I don't want to, he want to provide, then I have to, and it's not a bad thing. That's why another woman, you would pick
That's
me.
fact.
Yes, I want to be married. I want to be engaged. I have a very high value man. So yes, I am going to, and it doesn't make me feel small to do that for him because of what he does for me.
You know, it's funny though. I
I was just
realize
gonna
that
say,
everybody is pick me's though. It's just what they getting picked for. Because even the ones that got to show their body just to get a man, they still trying to be picked. And you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Everybody pick me
yeah,
in one way,
that
another
is
way.
true.
So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and let me please, bro. Oh yeah, I gotta wait till I get some room. My brother, what's the deal, man? I ain't seen. Is that my man? Shit, I ain't seen you in a
Yeah,
month.
that's killer.
Well,
He
you
don't
know
I
you
speak
ain't
to
can
seen this
have
dude in a
you
nobody.
can
hundred
have two
years.
more
He like, this
boxes,
one of my
right?
top right. Let me not. That's that. This dude be too
Now
boring
he
for me.
want to
Now I'm
just
talking juicy now. It's like, nah, but go ahead. Oogan. Okay, y'all get me with these names. I'm sorry.
Andrea.
Okay, I'm gonna go with that. Yeah. How you feeling, man? Welcome to the live.
Good night, everybody.
This topic is played out. Why you come in the room then if it's played out? Nobody forced you to come in this room.
Especially
It's
when
crazy.
you spell plate wrong. Like
I was just
what?
about to say, isn't it? You never mind. Don't worry about it.
And that's plaid, but I mean,
But go
Being
ahead,
here just
Ugon.
checkered up. The fuck.
I
What
mean,
up, Andrea?
my bad. I'm saying your name wrong. My bad.
So, it's Alima. She actually, it seemed like she was sitting here speaking with me and decided to speak on my behalf because
Wait, what happened?
I said it seemed like you were speaking on my behalf because a lot of the things that you said absolutely resonates and was a lot of the same points that I was going to make as well. Um, what I have noticed actually in just even the last couple of weeks, men seem to have the same argument about women just not wanting to accept what they want in a relationship. And I think like with Kevin Samuels, basically I feel like what he was pretty much just trying to point out to everybody, the masses, is just that as far as the women goes, yes, you can hold yourself to a high standard, but be that high standard that you're actually wanting to hold yourself to. Um, don't expect to get a certain type of a man when you are not that certain type of a woman that generally that man will want. And that does not mean that you could never have the type of man that you want. It's just saying that if you're not in a condition to be with, if you're not the woman that generally speaking that type of man wants, then why not put yourself in that position where they could take education, taking care of your body, taking care of your mental health, whatever the case may be. When it comes to children, obviously you can't change that. That's not an issue. But why not be the person who you're looking for, basically, or accept the fact that maybe you're reaching higher based on your lifestyle and your life choices. You may be reaching higher than what you should actually be reaching for. And I think that unfortunately, a lot of people, women, most of the time, just do not want to accept the fact that they are wrong. So if you're saying anything other than what they have said, then you're deemed as a problem. And that's why a lot of people didn't even want to regard Kevin Samuels. And there was this, whole debate over Kevin Samuels. It's because he basically just tried to show people this is who you are. So don't reach for what you're not, and not to say that there's no one in the world who could ever be that, but just generally speaking, Because yes, maybe a woman with 4 kids, there might be a man in the world, a multimillionaire who's willing to accept a woman who has 4 kids, because maybe he couldn't have his own kids, and maybe he would be okay with, um, taking care of somebody else's children. But that's just not the norm, So I feel like he just wanted people to be realistic in their thinking, not expect way more than what you can even give, because he often said, what can you offer? And most of the time, a lot of women unfortunately feel like sex is enough, and that's not what most men want. Sex is only a very small part of anybody's relationship. As far as long-term relationship, it's a big part in the beginning, but once you realize compatibility, that's not the end all. And with, unfortunately, a lot of women, they just don't want to accept the fact that, yes, realistically, what you want is probably highly not what you're going to get, and that's looked at as offensive. So his delivery, because he didn't care about feelings, he wasn't trying to say things in a way to soothe the woman or to make you feel better. He just spoke the truth, So his
Right.
delivery was firm. It was rough. It was even maybe aggressive, but it's the truth. It's the facts. And it's facts because there's multiple men who will say the exact same thing. So his delivery is the absolute roughest, most aggressive that it can get sometimes, but it's the truth. And any person who is willing to just listen without judgment can accept that truth and just make themselves better. A lot of women talk about they want to be married, they want to be in a relationship, but
Pizza's so good.
they want to be married, they want to be in a relationship, but you don't want to listen to a man. The same women who will say a man can't control me, a man can't tell me what to do, is the same woman who wouldn't mind being in a relationship with a man who will pay all the bills and completely provide for them. But yet you want to be the head of the household as the woman. So it's like, which one do you want? Do you want the man who is going to be the provider, be the leader, be the protector, or do you want to be the leader and a protector? And if that's the case, why not just be in a lesbian relationship? Because 9 times out of 10, that's not the situation that a real man is going to want to be in.
She
And
said it,
when
not us. She said it,
I
not
said
us,
it, yeah,
y'all.
he said it.
She said
Yeah,
it.
And
yeah.
when
She
a man
said it.
tell a woman or speak on what he wants, women are so offended by it. But it's like, why would you be offended by the same people who you want telling you what they want? That makes no sense. But you can go into any job and even put on a face, put on a front, because when you start it, if you're working for, a company or a corporation, they lay out what they want, what the expectations are, and this is what you're going to get in return. And you have to go in, you're happy to do this, you're happy to put on this fake face, you're happy to wear the uniform, you're happy to do whatever's necessary for an employer, but you don't want to give this to your spouse. You don't want to be the same person for your man. Your man can't tell you what he wants. He can't tell you his expectations, but somebody else on the outside can tell you their expectations, and you listen and you do what they tell you to do comfortably. So sometimes that it just doesn't make sense. I just think that more women should, stop with this whole super firm, Hulk Hogan lifestyle. Like, it's not necessary to be strong and be so aggressive with your man. It's not a wrestling match. Like, it's a lifestyle. It should be a love story. And if you actually are willing to just relax, submit, yes, submit to your man, to your spouse, because there's not a reason to be in a battle. There's not a reason to be the loudest. There's not a reason to be the most aggressive. So if you're willing to submit, things can go well, and you would find that your way will actually happen probably 100% of the time, realistically, because there's not often times that a man is going to be in a relationship and he doesn't want his woman happy. He wants his woman happy, but he just wants to be respected and appreciated for his effort to make you happy most of the time.
Facts, facts. Kev, man, thanks for letting me join your live, man, this evening, man. I appreciate it, though. To all the fellas on here, I say strength and honor. To all the ladies, I say peace and love. This is a day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Yeah, I'm back. until they can't keep us
So I was
down.
waiting on you to come back. I'm like,
Yeah,
this is perfect.
yeah, I'm here. Let's just make it really simple too, though, and to go on with what Andrea was talking about. We got to understand that women women these days they want to talk about how the man should go and correct the other men who are doing things that they find to be, just completely wrong. And when we go do that, we correct those men, we try to reach out to those men. But at the same time, why are these same women asking us to correct these men? And when these men become corrected, then they go correct them. They don't want them because they know that the man that has been corrected is going to correct them on their actions now. That man going to say
Exactly.
that I made these changes now. So what makes you think that you're going to be able to keep doing what you're doing if I had to make the changes in order for you to even want me? So if I'm going to make the changes that I have to make for you to want me, then you're going to have to make those changes too, because it's not going to be one sided. It's not going to be that way. And that's what's happening right now. They're trying to say that us black men don't hold black men accountable, but we know over here we do. So we hold those men accountable. Those men see it. Those men take that advice. And now the women are like, oh, no, I'm not going to be with you because technically what they're saying is that we're not going to be with you because you made changes to become a better man. No, we still want the man that don't have his life together. We still want to deal with the man that's going to let us get our way. We still want to deal with the man that we can cause all kinds of troubles and he deal with it. But at the same time, you want him to get himself together. No, that's not how that works, ladies. You got to pay attention to what you're doing. You got to pay attention to what you're asking for. Because if you're asking for these men to get themselves together, you're going to have to get yourself together too. And that's the reason why most of these women are single out here. It's not because they saying, oh, I'm choosy or because I choose to be. No, it's because the man that you want got himself together and he's not going to deal with you. And the man who don't have himself together, you don't want him. So you're putting yourself, like you're actually dooming your own self. You don't want the man that don't have it together, that got himself together, and you don't want the man who don't have himself together. Come on now, come on. But then again, you're asking the man to get right, and when he get right, you still don't want him. Wow. So what's the point? And then that's why some men right now are looking like, why do I need to change if you're not gonna want me either way? Then you want to know why the man is not bothering himself to even go into the dating pool, and he'll rather stick to doing what he's doing because it works for him. But at the same time, some of these women are complaining, where are those men at? But then again, when those men are there, you don't want neither one of them. Well, so it seems like right now that some of these women in our time right now just want a baby daddy and drama. Period. They don't want that. They don't want a good man in their life. They just want to fit in with all of the other women or follow all of the other things that these other women are talking about. And ladies, you got to pay attention. Those are the same women that are single trying to tell you how to look for a man. Help us understand how much sense that's making right now. Because it's not making any sense to me. I'm pretty sure it's not making sense to any of the brothers up here right now. I'm gonna land my plane right here. You can't ask for a man to change, and when he change, you still don't want him. Period.
Right.
I
Right.
keep saying that's what my fiance said. My fiance has his stuff together. And he's like, either you get with the program or you get gone. And that's just really a man that has his stuff together. He don't have time for games. He's not going to babysit you. Either you're going to come with his requirements. And yes, I say requirements, or he's going to find somebody who's going to fit that bill. And he said straight up, either you going to fit these requirements or I'm going to find somebody else.
They won't have a man.
That's fact.
Come on, somebody.
I got with the program because I
That's
didn't want to lose him. He's a man. I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute, what I got to do?
Alima.
Because it was
Alima, let me tell you something though, sweetheart. They want half a man. They want the half of the man to do everything, but they want the other half to let them do what they want. Come on now. Come on now. They want half the man. They say they want the whole complete man, but only really want half of that. They want half of that and reap the full benefits. You get what I'm saying? You can't do that.
Well,
That doesn't make any sense at all. You can't want half the man but want all the benefits that comes with a full man.
Ooh, you better preach, Wolf.
They want, yeah, they
Yeah.
want beta male providers. That's what they want.
Yeah.
Someone that they can have, that can pay for everything they want, but let them do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah.
That's really what they want.
See
I mean,
now,
and we've seen it.
my fault,
Yeah, go
Tommy.
ahead.
Go ahead, Tommy. No, my thing is to switch that role. Then, since y'all think it's that easy, let's switch these roles. Then, how about he be half that man and you be the full woman, and see how that works out for you?
Oh,
Don't
that'd
do
be
them like
funny,
that,
man.
Because
Ghost. Don't
bottom,
do them
yeah,
like that.
exactly. Because bottom line, y'all not. Come on, ladies. Let's just be 100 with each other in here. Y'all know how we talk. Y'all is not finna accept no half-ass man. Y'all not about to do it.
But
But
we
the
got
court,
to Wolf. Wolf,
but the,
we
And
got
they
to accept a
shouldn't though.
halfway ass woman. We
you
got to
know.
accept that shit.
See, exactly. So, but what they thinking is just like right now, some women, notice ladies, I'm not saying all women, I'm saying some women, if it don't apply, let it fly. If the
Let
shoe
it
don't
fly.
fit, don't squeeze your foot in it. Look, when I jump out my skin, don't jump in if you can't fit it. That's it. Thing is what I'm saying is that some women right now, they want a half man with full benefits. You can't be working a part-time job and expect the full benefits that a person get that works full time.
Well,
You can't do it. You can't say that, oh, I'm this, so this is have to be accepted. No, it does not. Now that's just like that man coming in and saying, well, this is it. You have to accept it. Look how many women that were saying, no, I'm not going to accept that. So if you're not going to accept it, why should he accept it? You can't, I mean, like, it doesn't make any sense. Help us try to understand what you're trying to do. Because once again, it goes back, you don't want half a man, you don't want the full man, but you want the half the man, but with the full benefits, but you want the full benefits, but not all of the dude. But then again, you want a man to be the leader, protector, and provider. But then again, you don't want him to lead or protect you because you feeling that you could do it yourself. But then when he don't do it, you get mad because he don't do it, and then tell him you are the leader and the protector and provider. But then when he asserts himself in that role, you say he's controlling, and then you don't want to be with him. You see where it's
It's
going? You see where I'm
confusion.
going with this, y'all? Do y'all hear me?
I'm confounded on that shit. I don't get it. You tell me you want me to protect you. Then you tell me how to protect you. And then when you get structure in your life, you get attitude. Like we try to bash you and everything. Like I like it's confusing to me, bro. That
Yeah,
is confusing.
it is.
You
Hey,
know
Kev.
what? I think I figured it out though. I was thinking about this while he was talking. I think it's getting to a point now that a lot of chicks, right? They realize they about to start losing power because they used to getting by with their feelings, right? We realize that most of the time this world nowadays they're getting away with things because their feelings. I feel a certain way or whatever, and the world's going to conform to it. You know what I'm saying? So now they realizing that men is actually not about to fall for the BS no more because they so used to getting it either way. It's like that one spoiled child. All they gotta do is fold their arms and all of a sudden they get their way. That's what it is. So they realizing that a lot of men are starting to wake up. That's why they don't like what he was saying. They like, dang, he taking our game away from us. You know what I'm saying? But it's like half and half because it's like some of them unintentionally don't notice that they manipulate men. They just don't notice that because they never realize that because they probably the parents never taught them, or it's just that's the way the world is. They so used to getting their way with their feelings. Now it's like, dang, what the heck is going on? Because the dudes, we never could do that. You know what I'm saying? Wish we could fold our arms and get our way. It don't work that way. The whole world would bash us. That's their favorite word. Now they will bash us.
So hard
You know what
is
I'm saying? They'll deem us as soon as we fold our hands. Like, if you don't man up. You know, we used to already getting this checking. You know what I'm saying? But now that they getting this checking, it's called bashing on their head. You know what I'm saying? So they're not used to this.
Look,
That's the whole thing. They're
Kev,
confused.
Kev,
man,
you the
But I
I'm gonna
thought
realest,
they
say
man.
wanted
something.
to be
Kev, you the
I thought
realest,
they
man.
wanted to
Let's
be equal with y'all though.
Kev, man, you the realest, man. But let's just go ahead and put it out here. They do know. They know exactly what they're doing because women are smart. They're very smart. I don't want to use the S word because they're not that. They're very smart. That's why they use it. That's why they do it because they know. But you're right though, men are waking up to the fact that we are tired of giving y'all benefits that y'all have not earned from us.
Hey, look,
We
look,
can,
look, 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 look how long it's been that men was being uh uh domestic violence in relationships that we had to keep silent. What platform did we come upon and express our feelings and everybody accepted and looked at the woman as the bad person? What platform? We finally got one now, and now y'all want to take that away from us.
you know what though too, Bob. If I can say something, Tony, I'm gonna let you roll with that. The
Yeah.
thing is that they kept asking for us men to hold other men accountable. See, but what the thing is like I say always, Kev, Tony, like I always say, Bob, to the
Hmm.
ladies that's on the panel, Alima, I say men and women have completely forgot the dynamics between a man and a woman. Men are more acceptable to listening to what
Hmm.
another man tells them, and we take it and we use it. We don't look at another man trying to down us because we automatically want to know how we could do it to get better, because a man is always looking to be better than what he is. The right man, of course. That's why when I mentioned certain things like other day, though, well, before I was, well, the other day when I can only comment, I couldn't get in. Peter was in a live. Peter Anderson, y'all know, but that's my man's in them. He was in a live where,
Yeah.
where somebody was being highly disrespectful to him. The whole panel, everybody being disrespectful to him in that live. See, but he know how we move and he know how I move. I messaged him. I said, Peter, we are men with standards. Leave this live now. He said, I know, right? And left. That's because he understands what type of men we are. He understands the dynamic. He didn't look. Then somebody sent me a message. Oh, that was kind of controlling, trying to tell him what to do and all. See, but that's because they don't understand the dynamics when we speak to each other.
That's
We
right.
have
That's
that
right.
understanding. Just like if anybody, like if Kev, Tony, Bob, if we was on a live and then or Darnell, somebody was talking crazy and I'm in there and they look, they'd be like, "Hey, Wolfgang, lead this live now." I'm leaving the live. I'm not going to ask any questions because we know the dynamics that we present as men.
You
And
right,
like the
brother.
ladies, like Peacock know too. Peacock, she knows. Alima, she knows the type of value they have as women. If we come in there and we know that that's destructive for them, we'll be like, Alima, Peacock, leave this live now. They are going
Right.
to leave. They're not going to question us because they know what type of we're men with standards and we know they are women of virtue. So
See,
we, we
the real
protect them.
man, Wolf, you see, the people that you talk about is people. We don't argue with women, and we don't argue with men, and we gotta raise our voice. We gonna walk away. That's how I go.
Yeah, we that's what we do. We
Hmm.
don't argue with it. We you know, but what we would do, Tony and Kev, no. What we would do is we will bring the points out, we'll bring the facts out, we'll bring out the
Hmm.
statistics that back up the facts, we'll bring out everything that we know that is to be true. We know it's reviewed by many people. We know this. We don't come on lives without talking about things we don't study. So back to the thing is that that's what some women don't understand when it comes to men and women like us. They feel they don't get it because they don't understand the dynamics. They don't want to. That's why every time we say something, it seems like we are attacking them. That's
Yep.
because their
Yep.
mind isn't
So,
strong enough or open enough to understand what we are talking about. That's why we get the trolls that come in our lives. That's why we get all of the snakes. I done seen them though. Wait till I post. Wait till I go live though. I done seen them. Those that's claiming that they support men and claiming that they got men backs, but soon as us men like that get in there, they immediately start dogging them out. I seen the things that happen with Omega. I seen the things that happen with Black Guru, with Moses, Kev, with you, Tony, with you too. Tony, I was in that live, but I couldn't jump in. I see how they was
hmm.
talking to you, brother. See, but that's the thing that they don't understand.
Oh yeah, it's all
But I
good.
just want y'all to know, man, to get ready though, because when I start my live, it's called the family table, and I'm gonna have my family up there, and we gonna be at everybody. So
Well,
y'all got to pay
yep.
attention to
Yes,
what we're
sir.
saying. It's not ladies. I really to the ladies that's in this chat right now. I want y'all to understand that we are not disrespectful to women. We love women, black women, all women. But if we have to hold the men accountable, you got to understand that we are going to hold the women accountable as well. We're not just finna be biased and sit and tip the scales. Because if we want balance, we have to do both sides, not just one.
Mm-hmm.
Wolf, I just wanted to
Yeah.
add to your point a little bit. I think that women, unfortunately, have this ego battle with themselves, with men, and with other women. And it's almost like a competition, like they just have to prove that they are the best and they can do it. And if you're the best, quote unquote, the best, to some people in their mind, they feel like they're also unteachable. When in realistically, the best people in life are actually coachable, are actually teachable, and are actually always willing to learn. But there's so many women who are unwilling to learn because they want to prove that they know it all, they have it all together. And they don't even realize oftentimes that they're actually proving the exact opposite, is that you're not the best, because the best is always willing to be better, to do better, and to learn more.
Facts. I like her.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm
I
going to take
wanted to
myself
speak to
down
that
so you
point
guys
about.
can ask somebody else, okay? But I'm in the chat.
Okay, for sure, for
Yeah,
sure.
I was gonna
Good look. I appreciate you.
speak to that point because you said something, and I'm gonna tell you something about those type of women. And this is going to be flat out. I know they like to say that we like this a lot, but really, when it comes down to it, when you look at this logically, this is what they want. These types of women just want slaves. That's all they want. They want slaves. They want a male slave. Remember when I said the beta male provider? They want somebody to have responsibility over them with no authority over them at all. That is called slavery. That is slavery. If I have to take responsibility for you, I have to provide and protect for you, but I have no authority. I have no say over what you do, which is literally what we're talking about. That is called slavery. These types of women
Hmm.
want slaves. That is literally what that is.
I
They,
know it. I feel that though,
they
because
want
I
they
mentioned
want to
that a
put them
while
shot
ago.
collars on. They want to put them shot collars on us, bro.
Yeah, I mentioned that a while ago. I said that even in order to get a woman, we still got to be traditional, no matter how it is. It's like imagine them stop
Exactly.
protecting and providing, right? And they get to pick either or what they want to do. Or sometimes I might want to submit. Maybe sometimes I want to nurture or so. If they got to pick their roles, right? They get to pick their roles, but we got to always, even in order to get her, we must pay for the first date. We must hold the door open and all this other stuff, whatever. We gotta still be traditional while they get to flip flop and being modern or traditional. That junk is not fair
Yeah.
at all. So
It's
now that
not.
we want a
Yeah. And
traditional to match our traditional, then it's a problem. You
It's
know what I'm
gonna
saying?
it's
It's,
see,
gonna
and
it's
this is
kill
weird.
and
That's
then
women
and then
crazy.
they
emotionally.
call this yeah,
And I'm
and then
Yeah.
they
glad you
call
said
this
that,
a
Kev, 'cause
partnership.
right, Kev,
And then
you
they call
right.
this a partner. Hold on one
You
second,
right.
Divinely. One
Go
one
ahead.
second, one second. I just wanted to say this one last thing, but they call it they like to call it a partnership, but would then pin everything on the man. Have you ever heard when these types of women say they break up from their partnerships, do they ever say, "Well, I did this wrong," or I did do this? Or, no, they will unload on whatever that guy did wrong. You don't ever, oh, I was an angel. Like this is damn near what you hear, but they'll sit there and say, "Oh, this it's a partnership." A partnership, I'm telling you, this is a partnership is the only ship that is destined to sink. And I'm gonna tell you right now, they're gonna point the finger at you.
No such
Like this
thing as
is really what it
partnership.
is.
No such thing
It's
as
no
partnership.
exactly no
Come
such
on.
thing. It's
Okay,
no
but
no such thing.
all right,
But yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Valley. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Devon.
Yeah, I was just agreeing. I'm like I said, I love these platforms because when I was growing up, I would say this. You always heard people say that the man needs to do this. He has to open the door. He has to bring flowers. He has to make sure he do all these things for Valentine's Day. I don't celebrate it anymore, but um, Mother's Day, right? We had all these expectations and rules for men, and we were always vocal about it. But you never really heard the men say what the women had to do on those same holidays, right? What a woman needs to do on a date. And now men are saying, hey, this is what's been going on all this time. We're letting you know that the responsibilities of being a man has been on our backs, right? And society has never given us a break. And now men are saying what they truly, really feel. Here's what I desire in a woman. Here are my expectations, right? And so women are not used to that. Another thing women are not used to is a man's authority. A lot of the fathers were not in the home, so they're not used to hearing a man speak with such authority. I posted this video on my page, I think yesterday, and it was this guy talking about a father's voice, right? He said his son went to a basketball game and he missed like 2 shots and he only played in the game for 25 minutes. So the mother came and said, "All right, baby, you did a good job." And then the father went to the son and said, "Man, listen, if you're going to get in the game, you need to try your best." And he was just talking about the difference between the way a man talks to a son or a child and the difference between a woman. And so a lot of times women, they're not used to the way men talk. A man is not going to be a woman. He's not going to talk soft, right? He's going to be real. And so the more that men speak up, women will get used to it. They might push back a little bit, but they'll start to get used to it. So all I'm saying is, men, continue to speak up, continue to talk about your values and the things you desire, because honestly, women have not been held to the same standard, and it is time that we do. Because some of the women that we
Dynamics,
see
like
in
I
our
said.
society,
Right. It's dynamics. Like I said, though, Mr. Riley, it's the dynamics. You're right. The men speak differently. Just because we speak differently doesn't mean we speak disrespectfully. We just speak different. When you understand that dynamic between a man and a woman, things will tend to unfold. Things will tend to unravel once you understand that dynamic. You said it, you hit the nail right on the head, divinely. Men speak differently. But women think just because we speak differently, we disrespectful or we're bashing them. No, we just speak differently. That's all it is. You can't expect us to speak to you the way you want us to speak to you because we're the man. Just like you're the woman. We don't expect you to speak to us like a man. That's never gonna happen. We know you're not. So, it's understanding that dynamics. And I just want to say this too, right fast, is that when it comes down to it, then who really has the biggest ego and full of pride? Because if men are on here taking accountability for the stuff that they doing, because I see a lot of them doing it now, but women don't. If you don't take accountability or recognize things that you've done that were not good or bad choices, that means you're full of pride and your ego is in the way. So if men are taking accountability, but women don't want to accept accountability, who has the bigger ego? Who's full of pride more?
Yeah, to your point, I think women they don't have to necessarily take accountability, or they feel like they don't have to take accountability, and because it's what is between their legs. So women know, regardless of how they come, or they think some man is going to deal with it. Now, what they get confused is, would a man deal with it just to sleep with you? Right? Or are they dealing with it to marry you? And most women get confused. Oh yeah, because I got men in my DMs and this and that and the other. He's not trying to wife you. He's trying to sleep with you. So again, you're valuing yourself a lot higher than what it is, than what you are. Men will definitely want to sleep with you. That's just what it is, because you have something that they want. However, you will never be a wife.
Facts.
And that's what
Hey,
they don't understand. And they want these, oh, I want an alpha man and I want this, that, and the other.
no, they
But then
don't.
when an alpha man speaks, you don't tell me what to do. You don't tell, well, you can't
Facts.
tell me what to do. You can't tell. My man was like, look, I was like, oh, okay. Like it was nothing else to be said.
What they need to do
So
though, Alima, they need to get my book though. The fellas need to get my book because I say that in there. I say the powers that be, and one of them is the wet box. The thing between their legs is one of those powers. And I tell the men in my book, I say, don't do it. Stay away from it. Don't stay the night. Don't involve yourself with it intimately within the first 90 days or the first 90 days or beyond the 90 days because they know that they can control emotions with that. So when you take that away from them, then they're gonna have to find some other way to try to get your attention. Because now, once a man shows that he has self-control and refrain from intimacy, the woman can forget about it. She's literally done. She's
absolutely.
done from that point, and it's just gonna snowball from that point because that man knows. He like, man, I know, like women know. You know what? I want to get this. And do you want to come over and stay the night? Being, you know what's going to happen if you stay the night. And 9 times out of 10, she's going to ask for something after you stay the night. because she gave you something. So men always feel obligated at some point to give a woman something when she gives him that. Cause I'm a man. I mean, like I'm not. I mean, like it was like that though. Kev, am I right though? We gonna feel like we got to do something because But once we take that from, once that's no longer on the table, she gonna be like, damn, I can't get him with that. Then I tell a man, I say, be emotionally stable. Cause why? You have to be emotionally stable and emotionally intelligent. Women ask that from men because they are not emotionally stable or emotionally intelligent at times. That's why women want it from men. Because you don't hear no men walking around talking about, yeah, I'm emotionally stable, I'm emotionally intelligent. That's not in one of their characteristics, though, because we replace that with logic. But we also are emotionally, just naturally more emotionally stable because we lead with logic first. So it goes unsaid. That's why women say if to women, our logic is their emotional stability, their emotional intelligence. So that's the reason why they ask us men to be that. I mean, if you really look at it, because women lead with emotion. And we know where leading with emotions can get you. It can put you in some really bad places. You can end up saying some things that you don't mean, or you can end up telling the truth. And we all know that emotions is like alcohol. It's like liquor. Drunk man tells no tales.
Kids.
You feel what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it can lead into that type of stuff. So, and I have to agree with you though, Alima. It's the dynamics though that are lost in translation right now. We got to get that back though. But I'm gonna be honest. To me, it started with the man. If the man don't got himself together
Facts.
first, she ain't gonna follow. But here's the fact though. How many women said they not gonna follow a man that ain't got himself together?
All of them.
Oh, thank you. There is not one woman that will say, well, he ain't got it all together, but I'm gonna still follow him.
Right.
Not one woman says that. I
And they
have
don't
not
know what
heard.
altogether mean.
Oh my God.
They
I
just
haven't.
saying it.
For real, I have not heard one woman say that yet. They say, well, he got to have it together, which means he don't have to have it together just financially. He got to have it together mentally, spiritually. Let's say it out there, emotionally, financially, physically. It's way more. But I never heard a woman say that she gonna follow a man that ain't got it all together.
I
And
see
then
you, Evans. Come on up, my brother.
you
This
know,
is perfect for you. I
and
know
when
he
a
goes.
man got it all together, why do they not want to deal with him? It's tough, man. It's real tough.
Man.
Want us to shut up at this point. We've been talking so much.
Bro, I'm loving this ain't really turned out as bad as I thought. Actually people that is actually I ain't what I'm saying. At least we
Yeah,
know
this
it's
is
people
good.
that's waking up.
Yeah,
You
man.
know what? Only people who take accountability for their actions will come in this type of life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Facts.
People that when they see that word accountability, man, they run.
they
You know what
run.
I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like we done pulled out the kryptonite so they get to skipping on by. You know what I'm saying? But I would say what I learned. Thanks, Kev, for bringing me up and how
Oh
y'all
yeah,
doing on the
no
panel.
problem.
We good, brother.
I would say what I did learn from Kevin Samuels. Man, I learned a lot listening to this brother. Because I used to be so in tune in what he was saying. I actually learned what I needed to do as a man when he was talking to the women. And then he said something about like I think he was saying that he didn't have men's night. Today isn't men's night. So I was like, oh wait, he was talking to men. So I went to all the videos where he was talking about the dudes. You know what I'm saying? And man, like the brother really he really gave me like a blueprint, like a little format to like help them like get themselves together. Um like how to like dress, how to look right, get your money up. You know what I'm saying? And I want to say for the dudes, man, just because you got your money up and you doing good, I mean, man, like, but you got to get your character straight, man. You got to get your attitude in check, man. You got to have certain things in order, man. Like get your body right, man. Make sure you got good hygiene. And, you know what I'm saying? got straight teeth and, you know what I'm saying, your feet ain't funky, man. Like, get yourself together. You know what I'm saying? Because you could come across a good woman, man, but you'll probably lose out on her, man, because you ain't got yourself together. So your money is a good thing, but you got to have yourself together mentally, though, too. So,
Yeah, brother, you right. Cause I talk
But
about that. My
before
brother
you
real
talk real
heavy.
quick, before you talk, my brother. Now this who I was talking about earlier, man. Y'all talking about that men don't hold each other accountable. This is
Hey,
the
Tony,
number one thing that
I
Wolf
seen.
Gang
Hey,
do. This is what I was mentioning earlier,
oh
man. So if
God,
y'all, all these the ones that think, wait, why the men don't get held accountable?
hey, this my
This is the
dude right
person.
here,
Now if
man.
y'all want to follow him and check him out for sure, yeah, no, and I know if please follow him.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna
This
follow
is the
dude.
one that be making sure men is in trouble. I'm pretty sure he done triggered 100 dudes, but hey, we trying to get it together so we can stop these
Hey,
excuses of this ain't no good man and all that stuff.
say
You know
why
what
I
I'm
was
saying?
finna follow
So
Hey,
your boy right
Tony,
check
now.
out
man, I was trying to
Wolfgang
be
for
on here.
sure and get his book.
Man, I
He
was
put
trying to
in.
be on your platform too, though, Tony. Man, I see you up there roasting, bro, going strong in the paint, brother. I was like, oh yeah. I was
Hey,
like,
but they be trying to say I don't be winning though.
oh man. I mean, like, I was like, man, here go another brother that's on that same thing we talk about all the time, man. I mean, like, cause us as men, we hold each other accountable. We hold each other accountable real hard, but at the same time, we gonna hold everybody accountable if
You
we
talking
really,
about so
really
roasting
want
is
to get to,
bad?
man. But you, brother, you the yeah. I seen your lives, brother, and I seen how you do it, brother. You know, and I mean, like, man, once you get to talking, man, that's what I'm all for. I'm like, man, so, but you know, I guess we not the only brothers on here that feel the same. You know what I'm saying? That feel this way too. So it's other brothers
And
out here, man, that's out here speaking. Some women, they just don't like the way that we deliver things. They want us to be quiet. They want us to be all monotone or whatever. But we men, where do they think they get that phrase, say it with your chest from?
they be
Where
trying
do
to
they
bitch
think
us,
they get it
dog.
from? You know what I'm saying, though, Tonez, man? That's what we say. We say it with your chest. Men say it with their chest.
Period.
Cause we don't. Why we got to be quiet about it, man? And that's the thing is they want to tone police us and all of this stuff like that. Well, it's your delivery. Well, then if you don't like the delivery, then move around.
It's like how if we gonna explain? We've been nice for years and trying to tell y'all, and y'all just getting more masculine and masculine. Like, okay, so y'all think we hoes?
They literally that's I mean, like, that's my opinion too. They literally think that, like, we we have to be this soft, this little weak, man. We can't do that, man. I mean, like, when the alphas hit the pack, or when the alpha is in the pack, you don't hear the alpha is loud. You know what I'm saying? The
Mm-hmm.
alpha is doing what he got to do to lead the pack. You know, he like, look, this is what's finna happen. This is how we finna move. And I mean, like, we all like that. We understand things. We all alphas, and we move in our way. We move in our pack that complements your movement. We walk with all of our backs to each other so we can get a 360-degree view of all everything around us.
And
You know
Wolfgang,
what I'm saying? That's how
Wolfgang,
we
look,
move.
if a woman had a man, like somebody break into their house, would they want a man to be like, oh my God, I'm so scared, just like you, my emotions are going crazy? Or do they want a guy to come out the back like, it's wartime?
Man, you know they want Rambo to come out the bed. You
Right,
know
but
they
they don't
want the
want Rambo any
Terminator.
other time, huh?
No other time, just only when
No.
when it's convenient.
Yeah,
Oh, when he wants you to break their back real quick. Oh, Rambo, come back out.
it's true though. That's why I be trying to explain to them. They forgot that they have a lack of understanding of the dynamics between man and woman now. It's switched. They want the woman to be the man and the man to be the woman.
That's the
That's
agenda, dog. You see it?
Yeah, you see, they want the man to. This is for entertainment purposes only. They want the disclaimer. I'm just saying, not like to be that way, but to act that way. I mean, like, what woman is? If a woman come up to a man and she'd be like, "Well, so tell me about your qualities," he'd be like, "Well, I'm nurturing, I'm gentle, I'm understanding, I'm submissive, um, I love to be around the children." They'll be like, "Whoa, whoa,
I love
whoa, hold
animals.
on." They'll be like, wait a minute, are you describing me, or are you describing yourself?
That
You know
sounds
what
like a
I'm saying?
Care Bear.
Yeah, I mean, like, that man build a bear all day. But my thing is that once they get a better, they coming back to understanding the dynamics between a man and a woman, then that's what it would be. Things
Hey,
wouldn't be as complicated
Wolfgang,
as
you've
it
been on
is,
these streets
whatever.
lately. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you've been on these streets lately. No, it's not coming back. This shit is getting worse.
Hey, Tuck said I never heard any respectable man call himself an alpha. Then I don't know what sounds wherever you hear that
You know
from.
what? Can I say something on that real quick?
Go
I
ahead
think
though.
men get so tied up and be like, I'm an alpha male, I'm and this and this and this, but they don't understand that, like, look, dog, if you're around a bunch of men and we're in the pack, just by being yourself, dog, you ain't gotta announce shit. Niggas gonna be like, that's the nigga right there. You feel me? He the one who gonna lead us. You feel me? They gonna get a sense of and feel it with their energy. So you don't have to announce you alpha. Niggas gonna know you the man when you come in the room. And ain't nothing wrong with not being alpha, but like learn from the motherfucker, you know? One day you can be one.
That's the same thing I say. It's about learning. But the thing is that we'll get this thing like everybody want to be the same, or everybody want to do this, or everybody want to be that. So if it sounds like, I mean, like, because I don't know what he's saying it like though. So, but my thing is that if that's the reason, then why are women starting to call themselves alphas? Why are women putting themselves in that position?
You
Why
mean
are
you
they
mean
calling
you mean
themselves
you ain't
alphas?
talking about women, you talking about black women. They in a whole nother league of doing dumb shit on their own.
No, I think it's all of them. I think it's women in period. Because
Shit,
I,
no,
I,
it's not.
I don't know, man. 'Cause I mean, the other countries, man. It's just in this nation, man. We consider that an equal party, but in them other nations, man, bro, they prohibit. It's prohibited for a woman to even raise her voice at a man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
She go to jail for that shit.
and ladies,
Period. Remember old girl
I
who was
want
yelling
to.
at the guy at the hotel overseas? Got her
Oh,
ass jailed. I'm like, don't send no bail.
She's still in there, bro. She's still in there.
no,
Two
no, no.
months ago.
They sent off. She back in Texas.
Oh
Last time
damn.
I checked, yeah, they sent off. But I just want to let y'all, ladies, I want to let y'all know we're equal as human beings, but we're not equal when it comes to that relationship thing.
We're
We
not
never
equal as
will be.
human beings. We're not the same motherfucker.
We're
We're
not.
two different things.
We not equal.
They're strong in points where we're not. We're strong in points where they're not. It's about being when you come together, you're fucking one. You know, we got weaknesses, they got weaknesses, but we fulfill those. We fill those in.
That's
That's
facts
why
too.
they so power. They're trying to be what the fuck what we are. It's like just be you. You already powerful in your own stance. You know.
But I guess they don't want to be. They competing with women and competing with men.
I
It's
was,
tough.
Bro, on God.
yeah, I think that I think that women, they're concerned about two major things. They believe
Right.
men have too much power.
Right.
They
Thank you.
believe this is
Man,
a
I wish.
patriarchy society, and they are trying to chip away at patriarchy. The radical feminists want a matriarchy society. They wanted a system to where women are ruling over men. So of course they're not listening to us because we're patriarchy. They hate the patriarchy. So it's not about them just being stubborn. They're saying that you're trying to take this country where we don't want it to go. And there's just one other thing that they're concerned about more than anything. They're concerned about image. And when we pinpoint the problem and shout it out on the internet, they don't care if it's true or not. They're saying, shut up, you're making us look bad. They're thinking about their image. They don't care about truth or false. They're saying, for example, when I state statistics, they don't care if it's true or not. They're saying, shut up, you're making us look bad. Don't tell anybody. So they're concerned about their image. They want to be admired, right? And guess what? If we're calling out problems, they can't be admired because people are going to start looking. They don't want us looking at the issues. They just want to be put on the pedestal and admired. And if we're not admiring them, they want us to shut up. So we have to understand their value system and where they want to take this country. They do not want men with too much power. They saying y'all got too much power, this and that, y'all gonna do this, y'all gonna enslave us, y'all trying to treat us like second class citizens. We should just take the power from the men.
But you don't hear that across seas. You don't hear that across seas. The women. This is where that generational wealth come from. It don't come from your 401k or your inheritance. It come from a man's name.
And we also have to consider that a lot of these women are gay and bisexual. So I wouldn't be surprised if the gay women and the bisexual women are the main ones. They're probably the ringleaders. So they're going to bash it because if they had their way, women wouldn't be with any man. So, but they're not going to
I guess that
outrightly
makes
say they're
sense.
gay. But a lot of these women are gay.
They want the other woman,
You
so
know,
of
we
course
have
they
to
gonna
keep that in
push
mind.
them. Okay, because they know how to reach their feelings and stuff. That's the
Yeah,
thing. I get it.
Yeah,
yeah.
and they can
They know, yeah.
persuade them to
So
do
that's
any
why they
type of
feel like
way.
they for them, but no, they really against their situation. They just want you to stop messing with men in
Hey,
general, so they
hey,
can,
So
so
you
Kev.
can
they
be
can be the
confused
ones that
like
mess
them.
with them.
Right.
What example they
Kev,
give their
Kev, this
kids, bro?
dude, man, Tuck, man. Let me tell you
Wow,
something.
y'all know what's up, man.
Tuck
Shout
in
out
the
to the host,
comments
man.
talking about patriarchy is detrimental to black men. Hey, Tuck, man, just go, brother. Look, let me tell you something, brother. Go to another live because this live is not for you. Respectfully, because you're not listening to nothing we talking about. You're not hearing nothing we're saying right now because we're not being disrespectful to the black woman or the black man. We're holding both sides accountable, and you keep talking about this stuff about patriarchy, and you get about this man stuff, brother. If you're not in this live to get understanding or to even try to actively listen and comprehend what's being spoken, brother, this live is not for you.
No man would even
Mm.
say what?
Because
Even say
we
what?
would, I mean, like that's what you're saying is you're talking about. I mean, like bottom line, I'm just gonna say it because ain't nobody else gonna say it for you
Say it, my
probably.
brother.
I'm gonna say it. You're weak, brother. Respectfully, you're weak to even say the patriarchy is detrimental to black men. I mean, like, brother, that don't even make
Wait,
no
are
sense.
you
That's
talking about me? Are you talking to me?
no, not you, Charles. It's a just in the comments. There's somebody in the comments, but I'm just
That's
So
going.
not
the
even a
thing is,
man.
what I
That's a
noticed.
female profile doing that.
So the
Oh
thing
yeah.
is, what I've
Oh well,
noticed
then
is,
come on.
there's a lot of people or some people that's in here, right? They not trying to come in here to understand. They projecting themselves. They don't like what's being said, but at the same time, it's like they addicted to it at the same time too. Because like it is 100 rooms you can go in, but it's like they would rather sit in here and not try to understand. They rather just try to demonize a situation that we feel like it can get some type of growth out of. But that's just like I said, it's gonna be people that just always want to they want to what they call it
Antagonize?
no, it's a what they try to dang, I know the word. Basically,
Oppose?
like sabotage. They trying to sabotage the what they see is going on over here because it's like they want people to still stay in the I guess what they say the matrix or something like that or whatever how that goes and stuff. They want people to still be as delusional as they are.
Right.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So they rather mess up what's going on in here because it's like if you really look at it, it's like majority of people is understanding. So it's obvious we get it somewhere. So I would think a person that's like you see all these people is almost dang they're agreeing with each other. You would try I would think you would try your best or anybody that keep on opposing the situation, they'll try their best to try to understand. But my
Right.
thing is nobody's gonna try to understand when you listening with your feelings, and that's when you gotta put yourself in check and realize like, dang, why I can't understand like they understand. Because if you ever realize, and that's what I noticed what Kevin Samuels did, right? He actually split it apart the people that think with their feelings and the people that's trying to be logical or try to actually take accountability. Because we got either victim mentality on one side, that's what the real war is. Victim mentality against the accountability crew. And that's what it's gonna be, and it's gonna forever be separated. And we can't unite with victim mentality. It just don't work. You know what I'm saying? We got to hold each other accountable to go anywhere, but people is allergic to that word. And that's why my room is called this. We hold each other accountable. When we're going to hold each other accountable because all of us don't know everything. All of us all of us gonna slip up, we gonna fail, but we still gotta check one another because we need to better one another. That's the only way it works. They're not gonna better me by keep telling me, "Oh, you'll be all right. You're an okay host and stuff." You know that's not gonna help me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep on living this delusional thing and swear I ain't got no attitude problem or something. Anything, it could be something that I'm not working on, and they just gonna keep on agreeing to everything. And a lot of y'all be saying that y'all don't want yes men and yes women and stuff. But then if you don't get it, if you get a no, then you throwing a whole fit. That's the whole opposite. So you confuse yourself and you think somebody's supposed to understand you. That don't make sense.
Hey, Kev, if I no answer that,
Amen, brother.
who are
Crazy.
more acceptable to listening on this platform, men or women, from what we see on the platform on a regular basis?
You know that answer.
Exactly. So the reason why we address one more than the other, but we address them both is because we are trying to help them get the understanding of it.
Hold on, I got one more thing before you go. I mean, not before you go, but let me, because I've seen somebody do that before. I'll be saying people like, I like playing devil's advocate, or I like when people talk, come from a different angle. So the difference is only way I'm against something, right, is if you got a negative comeback to something or something to demonize something else. Because I can understand people having their own point of view. But if your stuff is, what if this, and how about that, or this might never work or something like that. If you talking like that, I'm not trying to hear that.
It's
Because ain't
already
no
a
what
go.
ifs and there ain't no I can'ts and worried about this. It's not about that. It's like if you gonna come with a better plan, that's when I'm trying to hear something. But if you talking about something to try to make something negative when we trying to go on the rise, I'm not hearing it. I can care less about your way of thinking. I can care less. Like I said,
Goalpost
this room
shifting.
is called No Excuses. When I hear
Goalpost
excuses,
moving.
I'm not about to do that. I'm not doing no excuses because that's not gonna help us build. So if you want to
Hey,
live your own life, live your own lives. Stop messing up stuff when we about to get stuff together.
that's that
You
Trying to
goalpost
get it together.
moving.
Y'all trying to break the funk.
Look, if
That's
if if neither side is willing to fold, the matriarchy saying that this is how we want it, and the patriarchy said, okay, this is how we want it. If that happens, we could just agree and say, okay, you're matriarchy, we respect you,
right.
but we're not going to date you, and you guys are patriarchy, and it's okay. But the problem is that's not going to happen. You know why? Because these modern feminists are going to start bashing the women who accept the patriarchy. They're going to try to stigmatize them
Hey, Charles,
and punish them.
it's
They
cool
doing
because
it
they
now.
outnumber us six to
So
one.
if we can't even separate peacefully because they're going to go on the verbal attacks. So
It's
if they could
crazy.
just
It's
attacking
miserable.
character.
People is
if
miserable and
they
they
could
want you to
just
be miserable with them.
if
We
they
can
could
outnumber
just
us six to
respect the
one. We can lose a
patriarchy.
few of them.
You know, every time a woman says she's submissive or she's a housewife, they want to question her and persuade
Character
her, use fear
assassination, brother.
tactics, and say, well, what if he does this? It's like they can't leave it alone.
You know what
It's
that
like
is?
they want
United
the
States.
patriarchy eradicated.
That's the
And
United
that's the
States,
problem.
dog. That's how we rolling.
That's that character assassination. Got to think
Or they'll
about it,
call
That's how
you a
Wiz.
all women
pick
I get here
me,
to be out here.
and they
Is
feel
with
like
the
you being
media.
a.
They got to understand, though, they keep talking about gender wars. Do you know why gender wars were even created? People keep
Gender
saying
war.
they keep
Stop
talking about
reproduction,
this.
man.
Exactly. The gender wars were created to separate. Y'all don't understand. People, I be hoping people will get it. I be hoping that people our age, my age, will get it. People in a specific age range will wake up and understand that the gender wars were created to cause separation, and the main demographic that
Timothy.
they targeted was the black people. Y'all gotta understand that. And a lot of my thing is that a lot of black women do not understand that to the other people and to the where they say the I don't want to say the white tea supremacist thing. Y'all gotta understand, just because y'all agree with them don't mean they accept you. Don't accept you because why? You're still black. They just want you
God,
to
this
be
dude
on
name
this.
seemed familiar. I swear I think I seen him in the live earlier where they was. I think he was the one that was jumping Black Jesus. I seen that this morning. They was jumping Black Jesus.
I wouldn't be
But
surprised.
I'm actually answer that. You said what a simp is, so it don't have nothing to deal with agreeing or calling them somebody a simp. No, a simp is somebody that's actually putting up with bad behaviors, right? Or trying to take the accountability from a woman because they want to, you know, get in their pants or something, or get something good out of her, or just good graces off or out of them. That's damaging to the community. That's not what a simp is. I mean, a simp ain't just because they just agree or take up for a woman. You know what I'm saying? It's the lack of accountability. If you never notice in this world that not everybody in this world need to be held accountable, no matter how you want to look at it, you grown or not. Just because you was 18, that don't mean you don't need to be held accountable no more, unless you perfect. It's
For
crazy.
They
example,
they
it's like
also
a
they
woman can do
also
no
took
wrong.
on
You
the
know what I'm saying
they
to
also
something that
took
they
on the
have.
talking points of their mother. They heard their mother talk this radical feminist stuff all their life. Now they've adopted this radical feminism from their mothers, so they're using their mother's talking points. So
this is why they agree with these. This is why these men agree with the radical feminists, because they're thinking like a radical female feminist, because they got all their thinking patterns from their mother. It's like they're a woman talking, but really they're just a man using the talking points of their mother.
He asked, isn't that, bro? I don't get it. They must didn't hear not one. That's why I said people be listening just to respond. Like I literally explained what a simp was. Whatever, it's cool. Whatever. Like I said, it's gonna be people that's gonna be left on the boat, left on a different boat from them. They're not trying to be on the same boat. That's why I realized, even me just being on this app, I just realized it's like some people are just not even worth arguing. They gonna live life with excuses for the rest of their life, and you know what I'm saying, stay mad. Don't matter if you're in a relationship or not. Relationship is not gonna save you from being miserable. Your mother, your father, they're not gonna save you. You gotta check that stuff within yourself, but you ain't gonna be able to figure that out until you're probably 80 years old or whatever. So, like I said, I'm done with excuses, and I'm done trying to save everybody too. Because, like I said, as long as you want to keep making some opposition or pushback to fit your narrative for you to feel good, you're gonna realize that life ain't always about feeling good. You can't feel good and live good at the same time. It just don't work. Because feelings get hurt every day.
Yeah,
So if you learn
that's
how to
facts.
live good, then you'll be straight. You learn how to take accountability instead of playing victim mentality. We'll be straight. But like I said, people gonna keep making excuses. You're gonna excuse yourself for the rest of your life and be miserable. That's a horrible way of living. We ain't kids no more. We
Everybody,
can't keep making
well,
excuses. Take it to the chin like an adult.
We could simply just avoid the matriarchy, respect them, so we won't cause problems, but just avoid them and be respectful and just enjoy life. Avoid matriarchy women, because they want to throw insults and try to shame people, we have no choice but to stay away from them. Because if we want to be around them, they're going to go with the shaming tactics. So we have no choice but to stay away from them. And it's because of them, because they just feel like they just have to shame us because we refuse to bow down to their woman ruling society that they want. They want a woman ruling society, and they're determined to get it, and they're trying to do it by shaming us into submission. Gays
Just
did the
ignore
same
them.
thing. Yeah,
Just
gay
ignore them.
as
It's gonna get
a
to that
matter of
point.
fact, and the reason why I think a lot of gay women are the ringleaders, because it's the same tactics that they use to embrace gay marriage. If you did not support gay marriage, they bash the hell out of you. They call you a homophobe, they call you a bigot, and they just bash you into the ground until you said, "I support it." It's a gay tactic that works every time, but it's they having a hard time with this one. So let's not fall for the shaming tactics. Just shame them for shaming, or just stay away from them.
Yeah, I ain't about to. I mean myself. I don't play that match energy stuff. Like I said, it's just we got to get to a point in life where we just got to ignore the people that don't want to be saved. That's just it is what it is. We can't, because that's gonna make us. If we better than that, like I said, sometimes people got to be the bigger person. If we the bigger person, then shoot, let them talk, let them be miserable on their own. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't say that nobody tried to help. That's the thing. So it's like ain't no point of being petty with people that's petty. You know what I'm saying? It is no point
right.
because they're the ones that's gonna be mad at the end of the day. Because it's like you can get all the help in the world, you choose not. You know what I'm saying? You choose because you want to pick your feelings over the facts. That's you in for a rude awakening in the future. And like I said, people be still thinking that I can get in a relationship. I'm married and all that stuff, so I know what I'm talking about. That's crazy because if you was married and all this stuff, you still wouldn't be coming in here sounding like you miserable. It makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? Married, I be hearing married girl, or it could be, and they talk down on the single people. That's what be funny. And they happy, and the
Yeah,
single
you're
people
right.
are
Yeah,
happier than the people that's married.
I
That's crazy. So
I
like,
done seen it
what
too.
is actually driving you to stay in the spot, right? That you get it tortured that you don't like. It's like you ain't got no real entertainment in real life, or your people's is or whoever you with is not entertaining you good enough. Like that's crazy. But like I said, it's people that use their partner as a happiness thing, or they use their partner as a because they don't know how to find happiness or love within themselves. That's just what it is.
And that's what the
That's just what it
passport
is.
that's what the passport bros movement is about. And women are getting so mad because Men are saying that we don't have to deal with y'all. Okay, you all can stay the way you want. You can stay looking the way you want. You can stay acting the way you want. We're not going to deal with you. We're going to go find wives overseas, and they're upset at that. So it's like there's a no win here. You know what I mean? Instead of
Hey,
trying to make them change, instead of trying to make them adhere because of the patriarchy, you're not going to tell me what to do. So men are saying, okay, we give up. We'll go over here, and they still not happy.
my thing is they still, even with this, they still give no better solution. What other solution you got? You don't want to listen to people that's trying to give you another point of view, right? But then you crying and still don't know what you crying for. It makes no sense. Like, if you got your way, then stay your way over there. Why are you in a spot that's trying to try another way or a better way for the family, right? But you rather come in here or come in spots that you're supposed to so-called be triggered by and try to deem that, oh, well, it might not work and all that stuff. So how about you do what works and stay over there? It makes no, people will literally come on this app to hurt them on their own feelings. That junk,
Yeah,
y'all, it's weird. People is
yeah,
freaking weird. It don't let people be them. Then do you go over there with the let people do them people? I don't get it.
right,
This
right.
literally don't make no. I be trying to make sense out of everything, but some stuff is just not meant to make sense, and I just don't be understanding people sometimes as much as I want to understand people. That don't just be. It's crazy to me. Like, how can somebody literally be this miserable? How can anybody be this miserable?
Be
It's
because
wild.
they haven't got over the hurt. You
That's what
know,
it is. I already
they
know the deal.
probably, yeah, yeah, they probably made this investment into this person, or they trusted this person, and they had this imagination in their head that things would be for the long run, or because you stuck it out or had a kid, or you know what I'm saying, whatever the case may be, like you think that this is going to work, but then it don't work, and then things don't go as planned, and now you hurt and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So because I could understand, because I similar went through something similar and stuff, and it's like when you get that type of hurt, it's like, yeah, you wanna, you know what I'm saying, say all these negative things about these people and stuff like that, but I learned to just move forward and value myself. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the major things that I learned from Kevin Samuels, was to value myself. Because once you learn to value yourself, then you won't accept any type of behavior from anybody. You know what I'm saying? Man or woman,
Exactly.
you would know how to carry yourself, and you would know what you really want out of a relationships, and your results would be better. You know, I don't think people take time to value themselves, and I would say stick to your boundaries. I would say both women and men should stick to their boundaries, because now you don't create this what what I was gonna say, you don't create a situation to where now you is vulnerable to being hurt. You know, you get to avoid the BS that's going to come, because you overlooking red flags, you overlooking things that you truly don't accept. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's people really just need to, you know what I'm saying, just value themselves, and really just always just hold yourself accountable for the things that for the decisions that you make. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I do. You know what I'm saying? So like that's my
So
thing about
somebody
it.
in the comments said men want traditional wives, and Timothy say you don't speak for all men though. Well, this is the thing. This is where the delusion comes in at, right? If 98% of men are saying that they want traditional wives, why is that so hard to understand? And then they'll pick out and say, well, not all men, but not all men. So you're going to take that maybe 0.00001% of men who might say, I'll take an independent woman,
Mm.
but 99% of men are saying this, but you use that one example to run and say not all men. The exception does not change the rule.
You know what else? Yeah, that's
And
just
it's the
like telling.
delusion that just gets
Oh,
you.
dang, your joke. That was delayed. You still going? My bad.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying that's just like saying that women. It's a woman that don't want protection from a man or don't want resources from a man. That's like saying that. That's some crazy stuff, and we know dang near 99 or dang near 100% of women do want that. What else they got their man around for? Like people is funny though. They come with the silliest stuff to try to that junk man. People cannot be this crazy, man, or this hurt. I'm just gonna call it that. They cannot be this hurt. People just say
Or
anything.
sensitive. They're sensitive. Everybody's so sensitive
Do
about
you know what
words.
that means?
They so sensitive about words, like the use of words, like women submissive, control.
Right.
Like it's wordplay. Like get off the word and listen to the message. Listen to what the point that we're trying to get at, and stop being so focused on the word. And that's where women come with their emotions, just thinking with their emotions.
I mean, but doesn't words spell it out? Because without spelling, you can't have spells put upon you. So you got to speak nicely. You got to speak with intent, but you also can't speak too kind.
It don't matter if the message is being brought. Is your focus more on the words that they're using or the message? You know what I'm saying? Like that's like being in class and worried about how the formula is versus
Them the
focusing
people that had
on
the
how
easy
to get
life.
to the
That's what it is.
of it.
Didn't
That's the people that
Muhammad
got
Yeah.
babied
and
all their
Jesus have
life,
the
that
same
got talked
message?
to nice all their life. That's the people that, and that's what's getting unlocked. It's gonna show because like if you really grew up tough or your parents toughen you up, a dude like Kevin Samuels can't get to you. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying
Exactly.
because they used to get
That's
baby
facts.
talk. Oh, baby, he ain't mean it like that. You know what I'm saying? But you are grown adults. Why you still got to get baby talk? Ain't nobody babies no more. Most of these people that's crying is dang near freaking 40, 50, 60 years old. That makes no sense. We are all grown. What's the difference between us and kids? I don't understand.
My kids are 5 years old, and I talk to them like I'm talking to y'all left now. Like, little nigga, or hey dude, you gonna clean this room up today or whatever. I'm preparing you. I'm not gonna teach you how to be an adult when you are one. No, I gotta prepare you to be an adult. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm gonna talk to you like one heading up to it, and it's not saying that I'm gonna talk to him derogatorily or anything like that, but I am gonna put some stern in my talk. I am gonna put some breath within your chest and some walk within your walk. You gotta do this.
You
Boston,
know,
my sister in the
I
building. What's the deal?
when I heard Kevin Samuels talk, I used to think of like the elders that I grew up around, cause I had a
Oh,
great grandmother, and uh, and I had quite a few grandmothers, and man, like the way that they used to talk to you, cause I got one particular grandmother, she just bluntly said what was on her mind and didn't care nothing about your feelings. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it was the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be mad at somebody that's telling you the truth and stuff. So like
yeah.
I'm used to the hard truth. I'm used to
Yeah.
somebody talking to me in a certain type in a in a stern type of way to where like
A blunt
no
way.
matter what they said, you're gonna get the message. But I even had an auntie too. I even had an auntie too that she could check you without raising her voice or using any type of profanity. She just had a certain way of like using certain words that just touched your soul. Like, damn, you know what I'm saying? So I could understand, you,
I
you know,
agree.
like what it is that they saying versus over like they tone or they, you know what I'm saying, voice and all that type of stuff. Like, no, like it's what's being said to me. You know what I'm
Cause
saying?
God
So
rest his soul. I seen this one interview with Kevin Samuels. God rest his soul. But he asked a young lady. He said, You complaining about this, right? You saying this, right? And you doing this, right? Who's to blame? And it made her think, and she start crying. He ain't yell at her. He ain't say nothing. He just let her know what she already knew.
Mm-hmm. I say you
And
can't hide from the
sometimes
truth, man. The truth gonna
you
always
can't
come.
hide from the damn truth. You can't hide from the truth because you gonna tell yourself at the end of the day. You gonna tell yourself at the end of the day. It don't matter if your great grandmother said, your great great grandpappy, your mother, your father, your sister, your brother. At the end of the day, they could speak all the things that that you do wrong, but you could only know it when you know it.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna let my sis Boston talk. How you feelings?
Brother. You know I had to pop in on you because you always stirring up. You be right though. People. This is what I say. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. I always
Mm-hmm.
if what a person is saying is not applicable to you, why are you at? It's only when dog is gonna holler. You know what I'm saying? If that thing that person is saying is what you are, then you're definitely gonna be triggered. That's just how it
Say
is.
it one more time. Hit dogs holler.
Hit dogs will holler. That's the truth. Even on my side of life, I try to, talk to my women friends and, the women that come on my live and I tell them, things that they should know already. But I still tell them like, men don't care about our degrees and stuff. We do those things for us. We
You
do
gotta
the
whisper
things
that in here.
for
You might trigger some people.
ourselves, to enrich and better our lives. But men don't care about that. They don't care about our money and our status because they don't come to us with the intent of being taken care of and provided for. So this is what I try to get them to understand. Women ask those questions of men because they want to be taken care of and provided for. So I be trying
And
to
and some
help
of us
the
never
girls.
even had that
Hold on, real quick.
provided.
Let her finish real
My
quick, my
fault, my
brother.
fault, my fault. I thought
You know,
it was a lag. It was a lag over here. My bad. It's a lag over here.
no,
I'm in the country. I'm in the sticks, y'all.
Oh
My
yeah, I feel
bad.
you. I feel you. No, you good, brother.
it's no problem, but I do, that, Kev, because you be on my lives. I be trying to tell that to women, and I be talking to them about their emotions. We definitely are emotional creatures. We definitely are. I'm not going to hold you on that, and I can own my stuff because I'm really trying to be a better version of myself. I hold my own self accountable. So if I'm your friend, if I'm your girlfriend, I'm going to hold you accountable. What we don't need is the women that be like, yeah, girl, because if I was you, girl, I would have done the same thing. No, absolutely not. If you see somebody acting a fool, tell them they acting a fool. If you see a girl that's doing the wrong thing, tell her she's doing the wrong thing. And that's why I'm not the fan favorite, bro. When I come into y'all lives and I be hearing what you saying and agreeing, I'm called to pick me because I just get it. You understand? I'm trying to do better. So if you're one of the women that's trying to do better, you're one of the women that cover up and don't want to be naked and you dress like you want to be addressed, then you're a pick me, because I choose not to be a feminist. I'm just on the side of what's right. You know what I mean? And that's the way I'm going to always be, period. But go ahead, bro, at the bottom.
Hey,
I'm
you
sorry.
said it perfect. That's what it is.
Yeah,
The women that want to better themselves is the one that actually can, take
I
in
was just
certain
about to
things. But if they
piggyback on
don't,
that.
huh?
I said I was just about to piggyback
Oh
on
yeah,
that.
because you caught it too, right? Because I was like, she said it right
Yeah,
there. That's what it is.
like it's okay if you're not part of that group. If you gotta appreciate as men. We gotta appreciate women that actually, especially our women, our black queens, our melanated goddesses. We gotta appreciate when they come into these type of forums because they actually want to hear and give a dialogue or a dialect towards whether it's opposed to what we have to say or to agree to. We are here together, y'all. And if you just oh no, and I know I heard that F word from her,
Mm,
and I don't really like doing the whole titles, but when they say feminist, I'm a feminist. I love women. Like, what are you talking about? If you ask my mama, I'm the biggest feminist. But at the same time, I'm not about to put one above the other. You see what I'm saying? You could be a feminist, but you ain't got to. See, I'm about to get to the streets. You ain't got to kiss ass or anything like that. Like, I understand that we are in it together, and I appreciate you because that's where I come from. That's where we all come from. But at the same time, it should be no title. It should be no one above the other. But if you want to get biblical about it, that's another story. That's another story for another day.
I'm not.
Biblical, we already know is a difference. That's kind of like most of our stuff revolve around is the biblical, even if people don't want to admit it. But yeah,
Hallelujah.
and we have our roles. People, I know they allergic to that word, but we
Hallelujah.
really do.
And that's nothing.
And
That's nothing bad to say.
it's
Why do
it's
why
sad.
do
It's sad. It's
in
bad, but
2023 we feel so bad to say that?
To
We
say what?
feel like that we hurting people's
roles.
feelings by
Oh,
saying that. But you're a quote unquote Christian, but you quote unquote Catholic, or you quote unquote Islamic. But all these books that we have learned to read and write, it says on what roles that we all have. I'm not saying that the roles are above one another, because I know I can't live without a woman. But why you got to be I don't need no man type of situation?
that's when I said I'm not a feminist. What I meant by that is the equality thing that women want. Women want equality when it matters. You understand what I'm saying? Like sometimes, they
Amen.
want to be equal to a man in pay, equal to a man in something else. But then it's other times that they don't want to be equal. Make up your mind. Either you want to be equal all across the board
Yes,
or you
ma'am.
don't. So,
Because
feminists.
equal rates equals equal fights.
Facts. I mean, so we can't say that we want equality. There need to be another word for that, because you can't pick and choose what you want to be equal to a man with. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
When I
Mm,
say feminist, look up the
speak,
word and
queen.
see what it means. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
ma'am.
So that's where I was going with that. It's nothing. I love my women because I hold men accountable too now when I'm on my platform. If they be complaining about something about a woman and you done met a woman in the club and she half naked and now you trying to change her, that's your fault. Because
Right.
you met her, she was naked
Man,
and she
yeah.
gonna be naked
Speak
while you
that.
trying to change her. So I hold every person accountable
Yeah.
when I do my thing on my live.
There you go. That's how it's supposed to be. Sure. But I think it don't get noticed because I think most of the men, they just got to eat it in. Like, dang, a woman just told me it's my fault. Okay, forget it. Maybe it is.
It's both sides. It's hard to hear that you
So
make
may I ask you? May
problems.
I ask you a question,
Sure.
Queen?
Hmm.
What do you think about uh a woman being? Hold on. Let me rephrase it. What do you think about the word or the term being submissive?
I have no problem with being submissive at all. Like I want to rest in my feminine energy. I want to rest. We always got to show up when we're single. We get that. When you're single, you have to show up for yourself. You have to do stuff for yourself because you're by yourself. But if you have a partner and you've chosen this partner yourself, right? If I go out and I meet you, that means that I trust you to lead me because I am with you. I agreed to this relationship. I agreed to get married or whatever it was. So if I trust you enough to be with you, live with you, have children with you, why am I not going to trust you enough to lead me? I think when people hear submission, they think control. Oh, he's trying to control me. That's the
Yeah,
first thing that
yeah.
goes into a woman's mind is he's trying to control me. And then we want to be protected, but we don't want to be corrected. How can a man protect what he can't correct?
Ooh,
It's
say
not
that one
about
more time for the
control.
people in the back. I like how that rolled off the tongue. Say
But
that one
it's
more
true.
time.
He can't protect what he can't correct. You know, it's not about control. Just like the
Mm.
way I explained it to the women on my live, I said, just imagine you're with your guy, and Kev disagreed with me, but he heard me say this. You're with your guy, and he's not going out with you. You're going out with your homegirls, and you dressed scantily, you know, ass out, whatever.
Oh,
And he said, babe, you need to change. You know, you shouldn't go out like that, because he knows I'm not going to be out with you. Everybody not raised right. Some people very disrespectful, and you get out and I'm not there to protect you. You understand what I'm saying? So while you're in the house, he's trying to correct you, not control you, because he
Mm.
know how men are, because he's a man. And he know
Mm.
I'm not there to have your back. You're going to be out with your girls. Somebody might put hands on you, and then it's a problem.
Oh
You know
no,
what I'm
but I'm
saying?
independent though. I'm independent. I don't need no man.
But see, that's that feminist thing. They want equality. They want it, you know? That's what I was talking about, you know. But if you get disrespected, because the first thing that we'll say is, I'm grown, I could dress the way I want to dress, right? That's true, but you got to understand what comes along with that, with people that have not been raised right and trained right. You know, they see you and they want to grab a handful or be disrespectful. It happens. It really, truly happens. So I think it's a matter of he just trying to protect you when he's trying to correct you. That's what my mind gives. I don't know what another woman's mind gives. I don't know who the man is in her life. But if you two are together, if you're together, and you said yes to the dress, you said yes to the ring and all that other stuff, then you are saying, yes, I trust you to lead me. That's what it should be.
Hallelujah.
what's the deal, right? I believe a woman can be a boss, but when she comes to the door of her home, a boss role will change. Depending on
Nah, shit. That's a
how much.
whole shit.
Yeah, I was about to say it depend on the habits, because some people build masculine habits. I think I was talking to Hobo about that too.
I
That
mean,
I don't think you can.
doesn't men have to be doesn't don't men have to have some type of, I wouldn't say a controlling aspect to what she was talking about, which Queen was talking about, because, don't be controlled, but also be willing to lead. I mean, be willing to follow. But men alone has to have that type of intonement within their lives to be like, no, you know what I mean? Like, you just can't be like, hey baby, I don't think I like that, and I don't think you should do that, and I really 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 don't like that. She gonna walk all over you.
Yeah,
And then if she does walk over you, guess what? That's a sign of disrespect. Not only disrespect, but it's also a lack in love and trust that you are able to protect me.
I want to ask a question. Let me do this then. Let's see what the. So if you had a choice, right? Would you rather be for the women, right? Would you rather be controlled, or would you rather be able to control your man? If you only had the two choices,
For the women.
just for the women, yeah.
And as a woman, because I don't know how y'all gonna speak for women, but as a woman, I would rather be controlled than um, being in control of a man, because
Can't answer that.
that's
I made
out
it
of
sweaty.
order.
Yeah, y'all
It's
got to
out
pick
of
one of the
order for
two.
me. It's out of order for me. If I only had one choice, I'm choosing. Like I said, you said we only had one choice. You didn't say it was up in
Yeah,
the air.
yeah. No,
But
no. I'm talking about the comments. I'm talking the comments.
no, no, no. I get it. But I'm just
Oh,
saying, black. If it's black or white, I don't want to control a man. I don't. Ill. It just don't
I knew
seem.
somebody gonna say ill.
It just don't seem right. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just seems so soft, and I don't want to even feel like I'm sonning a man. I'm controlling him, and it's just not the natural order, because my parents are still together, and my dad, he's the head of the household. You understand what I'm saying? My mom understands that, and it's not that she's weak, because what I don't this is another thing, bro. This is a thing that I do want to say to the brothers.
Mhm.
I do believe that a man is the head of the household. I do believe we should trust him to lead and guide and protect and all those things that you guys do. And I love you for it. At the same time, please to understand that women are very smart. They're very resilient. They're brilliant, a lot of them. And if you're with that woman, you should trust her as well to have some good applicable knowledge in some situations, because I don't like the situations where men just can't hear nothing from a woman. You understand what I'm saying? Like, some men just don't want to hear from a woman because she's a woman. And I've seen it. And I think that's bad, because I think that we can learn from anyone. It's not gender
Yes,
specific.
ma'am. That's disgusting.
You can learn from a child, you can learn from an older person, you could learn from a younger person, you can learn from a man or a woman. Like, I just think it's sad when people are closed-minded and feel like, you're a woman, I'm the man, I don't have to listen to you, you're not right, just trust me and only me. That's a recipe for disaster to me.
Mm, I
Personally,
understand that though.
I find
I,
the whole
I,
concept of leader follower, as far as relationships go, to be utter BS. That's just the way I feel. The whole idea is it's the two of you walking together on this path called life. Ain't nobody leading, ain't nobody following. You're walking together hand in hand.
mm,
And, the reason, like, if my wife makes a play, I back her. If I make a play, she backs me. Why? Because we know we have each other's both, best interest at heart. You know, we're both trying to move that ball across the goal line. So it don't matter how it gets there, who takes the lead or who don't. I'm going to back her up. She's going to back me up. I'm going to be her
mm.
blocker. She's going to be my blocker. That's just how it works. Because at the end of the day, your end goal is the same.
So is she
So
protecting you too?
I agree. I
yeah,
agree with you, Ray. But at some
you
point
know,
in time, during that game that's going on, Tom Brady got to say, "Put the ball in my hands." Kobe Bryant got to say, "Put the ball in my hands." Yeah, we a team, and yeah, you back me up, but somebody got to take charge.
Yeah, but the thing is you're both in charge. You know what I mean?
That's called a partnership.
Okay.
There you go. So you can't
So it's
really
a
ask for a
partnership.
leader, then you want a partnership at the same time. That's it's two
Like
opposites.
with my ex, okay, uh, we lost our child. We still, SIDS and all that. So at that time, she was in her field. She was in her full grief. She was having her hard spot. You know what I mean? And so was I. But I couldn't bring my stuff to her. I couldn't sit there and tell her every night I was sitting on the couch with a pistol next to me. Because at that time, there are certain times when, in a time of crisis, when a man has to set his feels aside and concentrate on the logic and the reason. And it's not that we don't want to share our feelings or something like that. It's just at certain times, especially during crisis, that a man will take control just because he doesn't want to put that burden on his woman or something like that because she's already in crisis. You don't need to be adding on. And however, with my wife now, when my mom passed, she was my rock during my
Mhm.
crisis. When I was having issues with my mom passed and I was down and depressed and grieving and stuff like that, she was there for me. So it comes down to, you know, not so much being taking a leadership role. It's just when you need to be the rock and when you don't. You know, there's certain times when you got to and when you don't, but it's not so much. Oh, you just take control. And it's not complete control all the time. You're trading control back and forth because that's how a partnership works. And as long as you have each other's best interest at heart, it always works. The problem is when it's not reciprocal. When you're putting all that effort in and you're always the rock
Big facts. Big
and
facts.
never the sponge, then you have an issue.
I feel you.
Right. Whoever has
See,
the
that's
strength
the
pulls
that's
the
the
weight.
main
So
thing. It's the
sometimes you need a
reciprocation of
water
it
boy.
all.
Man. Sometimes you got to sit down and let that second string take the ball. It's just one of those things. But you're
Mm.
still a team. You're still trying to get that ball across the goal line. It's always the team wins. It's always about the team, not about individual. There's too much you and me out there and not enough we.
Yeah. I feel I feel that to a certain extent, but I think I'm gonna go back with like what Petty comment she said. Like some people do, like why get with a person that you really don't trust they walk. Like you pick a leader, you say you want to do to be a leader, but then because it's gonna get to a point, right? I can understand, yeah, every now and then, y'all can, of course have conversations and stuff, but then it's still you gotta get to a point where you trust your man, especially if you want to lead it right. Trust your man to make the right decision and stuff. Because it can get to a point where it start getting like a combative type situation where like dang near you getting used to like well, I know I took over this time or it's just gonna keep on going. It's like so like I said, I can understand and I don't know if it can be like a fool, but I can get like sometimes some people just want a partnership but then want their man to be a leader at the same exact time. I don't know, it's getting confusing sometimes though, but uh I would say dang, it was something I was about to say though. Dang, I had a brain fart.
Well, why you thinking?
All right, yeah.
It's cringeworthy to me when I hear, and I've heard this in my friends' relationships and their marriages, where they say my husband got to run things by me before he make a decision. He need to talk to me before a decision is made. And I think that's the reason I say it's cringeworthy is because, dang, it's like to me it seems very emasculating, like you saying he can't do, not that he should and I would like him to. It's like he can't do it without running it by me. And that's very masculine energy to me. I'm like, dang,
Right.
you don't trust this man to make the right decision, but you married him, you had kids with him, you did all of these things, but he have to run things by you before he does it. Now mind you, if the husband make a decision that is detrimental to the family, then okay, yes, let's have some
All right,
discussions around that.
yeah, yeah. Thank you for
Oh, I
clarifying
was
that because
gonna
I was
get
about
to
to
it, baby.
say I'm not about to stop
Hold on real quick. I
nobody
don't think
trying
she
to
was
go
done
mess with
yet.
the house.
No,
Oh,
no,
my
Hold
no,
on.
bad,
I
my
was
bad.
gonna
I
get
just
to
got
it.
back.
I was gonna get to what you thinking, like if he does something that's detrimental to the family, then
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 yes,
that is a cause for some discussion. But to tell your husband, babe,
to
no,
where
you
he
need to
can and
run
cannot
everything
go.
by me. Go ahead.
That's a no go. I feel like that's a no go. If it's not detrimental to the family, like say for instance, me and host wanted to go and play pool, and I just got off from a long day of work, and I just said, "Yo, I'm gonna go and shoot some pool with him." You shouldn't put up no argument. But if it's detrimental to the home and the well-being of us as living and moving together forward, and our children, if we do have children together, then yeah, speak up. Speak up.
First of all, who are we marrying that we think that's gonna go and make a crazy decision? You know what I'm saying? Like for real. That speaks to our
Yeah.
if I'm thinking, oh my goodness, my husband gonna go out here and make some bets in Vegas that's gonna it's gonna be a detriment to the family. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to marry that type of person. That's
You can weed that out before it even happens.
Right. That's extreme. What I'm talking about is like men be checking in with their wives before like some men have to check in before they do things. Y'all don't believe me, but it's true. Like they be out here having nah, man, I can't go have a drink after work, bro. I gotta go home. My wife, what?
Check on the old lady. Yup.
You are
I
grown,
know it.
sir and ma'am. Like y'all should have enough trust between the two where you can do
But
things
that's
like
where the
that.
trust comes from though. That's where the trust like I'm happily married. But I
Okay.
know that I can do whatever that I want to do, being an adult. But I also know that I had that trust that I don't want to break. But I also have that love and care for her to be like, yo, babe, we about to go out and get a couple drinks or whatever. Is that cool? It's only gonna be about 30 minutes. It's not that I'm playing like a child or nothing like that, but I do want to also let you know, but
Right.
also you're not in control of me.
You don't feel like, though, it's not being said to you because you're clearly articulating that I have to do it. You do it out of respect for your wife, you know.
Yes,
But when
ma'am.
I'm
Yes.
talking about my friends that be like, girl, no, he's not about to be out there doing that because he know I don't play that. I have actually factually heard that, you know, and men too, men that try to control their women, you know, it's just, now control I don't agree with. Leadership, absolutely. But again, I said to Kevin and a lot of other people, some people are great at processes and procedures and all of that stuff, but they're not good leaders. You understand what I'm saying by that? And I'm speaking from a corporate American point. You
That
know,
was
it's some
powerful.
people that are really out here in corporate America that are leaders that shouldn't be because they're only good at process mapping, processes, you know, methodologies and ideologies. They're good at that, but they're not good at leadership, execution of the leadership. So yeah, I don't believe in control now. I'm not that silly of a woman to say, you know, control me, drag me by my hair like a caveman. Not like that. But definitely I trust my man to lead the family. I trust my man to be what God positioned him to be. Absolutely.
Hey, y'all, I gotta call it. That junk storming like crazy over here. I'll be on tomorrow, man. I appreciate y'all. I gotta shut this boy down.
Hey, where you at? Because
I'm
I
in
know it's a
Detroit.
hurricane.
I'm in
If y'all
Detroit.
don't know,
This junk going
it's a
berserk.
big ass hurricane that's coming across the whole United States. So y'all better bear
Yeah, I
down.
see. We got alarms and stuff going off and all types of stuff. I'm trying to
Be
see what's
safe,
Stop
going on.
Kevin.
playing.
Be
Ah,
safe.
oh yeah, for
I'm
sure, for sure.
all right.
Yeah, much love, King.
All right, man. AJ, what's the deal? I guess I say hi to you real quick. Came up at
Bruh,
the last second.
look. I had to come up in the last second.
How you just come in
Bruh.
and giggle and say, hey? Like,
So hear my thing, Kev. I love you, bro, but I am not liking how we is looking as a unit right now. What the hell, bro, with that shirt? Enough
I
with the
had to
shirt,
match Kevin
man.
Samuels today. That's what I said. You know
Like,
what I'm saying?
look,
you
I
out here
bet
Accountability,
you was
looking
a
like
accountability,
a
half
half
a shirt.
accountability.
shirt, bruh. You
I
out here
bet you was
looking like
a
a
half a
whole ass
shirt.
puppet.
Stand up for us.
You
Oh
know what I'm
hell
saying?
no, not the tuxedo,
Look,
It's
look,
the
look,
bruh.
tuck
look,
shirt.
look,
The tuck
You
shirt. I
know
had
who
to
got
get
a tux
close to
shirt?
my man's real quick, you know.
You know who got a tuxedo shirt in my house? My 2-year-old nephew, bruh. Like, come on now. I need you clean it
I
up.
be that,
I
man.
need
He
you
already
clean it
know
up.
the deal, man. That mean he hold himself accountable around here, you know.
He wore
Hey,
overalls
much
yesterday.
love, y'all. Appreciate you for letting me
Oh
host.
yeah, for
Thank you,
sure.
Ken.
For sure, man.
Bro, I didn't even notice the
Look,
shirt. It
and
took
then
AJ to make me notice that. Oh my God.
see, not only did he put that shirt on, right, but like clearly he didn't get a haircut. That's why his box ain't big, or he trying to hide the shirt. Like it's one of the two.
I can't.
Because he knew I was gonna come up here and roast him about his shirt right now.
Oh my
You
God.
don't know what you talking about. What you talking about? I'm trying to make sure y'all pay attention to Kevin Samuels, you know?
Bruh,
Let me put myself in the
I'm only
spotlight real
saying
quick.
this. I'm saying this from the goodness of my heart, Kev. Bruh, I'm buying you a new shirt, dog. But you can't, nah. I can't have you walking around like this.
Boy, it's looking dark outside. Oh my.
You look out here looking like you about to ask me for some candy, and if I got games on my phone.
You got some candy?
You got a game on your phone?
Dang, it's going berserk out there. That just caught
Look,
me up.
Kev scared. We gotta let him go. He looking like he ready to go get in the bathtub.
Boy.
Yeah. He need to get up out that shirt is what need to happen. And then when you get up out that shirt, put it in the trash.
Don't do my shirt like that, man. It's coming in special occasions, you know what I'm saying?
Please don't
I
show up
just
on
gotta
a
give
date
me a
with that
tie.
shirt on, bruh. I'm gonna save you a lot of time.
Kev look scared. Like what the?
Oh, I am looking to try to look at the news and sound on it. I'm looking like
Still want to hear me. Just saying. Well, you big head,
making
but
sure ain't no
all right,
tornado
that ain't
come while
it.
I'm on live and stuff.
Kev, good night, babe. I'll talk to you tomorrow
Good
because I
night.
All
can't
right, for
dare look
sure,
at your
for sure.
face longer.
All
Right?
right, y'all,
Good
man. I'm
night,
about
bro.
to shut it down. I appreciate you, man. And get off my shirt, AJ. Get off my shirt.